Alrighty, and we are live with In Other Waters. Let me just put the announcement out. Do, 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 do. Yes, Thunderbird, I am aware that I am streaming. There we go. Alrighty. Excuse me. It's a cold, snowy day out. Dreary. So let's escape to an ocean planet, which is being beset by an algal bloom, so in some ways it's equally dreary. Also, let me know if, well, there's nobody here yet, but it is possible that there might be some stuttering in this video, because my CPU is going at 100% at the moment. I think that Windows is updating or something. I don't know how to tell it to stop doing that, so yeah. Thank you, Windows. That's really, really helpful. Okay. Yeah. Visuals. Okay, there we go. So, continue. Excuse me. Hello, Shifty, who is apparently drowning. Alright. So, a quick reminder of what is going on. So we are on this ocean planet, the first planet that has been discovered that contains life. We're looking for a Dr. something. I can't remember her name. From this point, right here, I believe, or possibly it was over here, I can't remember exactly. She left her pressure suit and free dived to something like 1,000 meters. So she's either gone nuts or she knows something that we don't. Possibly both. But she's being very, very secretive and almost desperate about how she's behaving. Now, over here is a massive algal bloom, or the equivalent to algae on this planet. So we got these microorganisms, which normally they photosynthesize, but there's so many of them right now that they're blocking out the sunlight. So the lower levels of algae are transitioning from I can't remember the proper term, but metabolizing oxygen to metabolizing other things. And unfortunately, there's a wide range of things that they can metabolize, and it's basically turning them into poison. This whole area over here is poisonous. So there's an ecological disaster going on over here, which very few species are able to cope with. Right here is the source of the bloom, as far as we can tell, but we don't know what it actually is yet. There's a hole here or so that takes us down into a cave that we think links up with this spot, but it's blocked off by a door, and it looks like the shape of it looks very artificial. Meanwhile, over here we've got sort of a forest of native stalk creatures, which I'm suspicious that they're actually intelligent life forms, because they can actually edit. Well, they exist in symbiosis with various organisms, and they can actually edit the DNA of these symbiote organisms. And editing DNA when you don't have an intelligent mind to understand DNA is kind of like... It's kind of like trying to write a novel when you don't understand the concept of words. So I'm quite suspicious that the stock forests are actually intelligent in some way. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves a pressure suit. We've upgraded our pressure suit. Oh yes, and as Shifty points out, we are an AI uploaded into the suit of the person who's come looking for the doctor who's gone free driving. But there's a lot we don't know about ourselves, and we're not just an AI, we can think creatively. So, yeah, something's going on. So Shifty speculates that the AI that we are is the uploaded consciousness of the woman we are searching for. Possibly? However, in the very opening of the game, there was dialogue that I think was the woman talking to us. So I think that rather than us being the woman, we are something she found, some sort of alien intelligence that she uploaded into the suit. Anyway, so we need to go diving, but first let's finish off getting these samples so that we can understand more of this ecosystem, because as we're understanding the ecosystem more, I'm starting to kind of put things together. Okay. So we need reef cap sample, tissue sample, and shimmer bloom shoots. Okay. So we can get both of those now. Oh wait, no. Let's outfit ourselves up appropriately first. So we're going to need to use our jet pulse things, which consume oxygen. So let's have stuff that has lots of oxygen. Bloom bubble, that's a bit of oxygen. Soothe spores are also useful, as are shrill sacs. Striped egg, spark colony, stalk root. Here we go. These things, sphere fragments. Those provide oxygen. So let's take 3 of those. Let's so we can refill our tank multiple times if we need to. Actually, 2 is probably enough. Alright. So we want to collect some additional ones, I think. In fact, let's only take 1 of these. Alright. Let's go and collect these samples before we go diving. Well, deep diving, anyway. Ugh. Alright. Just need to... Okay, yes. Movement system in this game is quite strange. How do you... How do we get over into here? what sample do we have here? Soothe spore. Excuse me. I think we're okay on soothe spores for now. Okay. So we can go this way. I should have charged up my drive thing before we left. Alright. Okay, let's go. Scan for the next one. Yep. Come on. This movement system is quite awkward. Huh. Green webs. Between the pillars, bright green webs. Twisted tendrils extend from thin pathways from garden to garden. Okay. So we're actually... So there's stuff growing on these pillars. Interesting. So the shimmer blooms we've seen before. Shimmering petals. There's a creature. A feathery creature, a cleverly camouflaged creature mainly composed of feathery, frond-like arms, with which it waves rhythmically as it moves. These funny feathery creatures are all around these gardens. Let's start observing their movements. It appears that a number of the creature's feathery arms have sharp edges they use to prune the pillar garden's flora. Silken plant. These long, pale green strands of plant matter entwine with flat blades, which trail horizontally between the pillars. These twisted strands are like webs between the pillars. Let's start logging them. Okay. I've observed these feathered creatures moving between the pillars along the web-like plants that connect them. Okay. Let's go this way. These silken strands meet in place and become tangled in one another, forming complex webs which are slow to navigate. These entwined tendrils look flat like the blades of kelp and hold themselves taut between the pillar tops. The green tendrils that enclose the space seem to calm the currents, creating a pool of still water. Okay, maybe this area won't be quite as hard to navigate as I thought it would be. Ah, but that one looks like it's isolated. Shelling plants can be of great length and appear to only grow from the sides of the pillars. How did they form? They don't seem to reach east beyond this point, preferring instead to turn back into the protected waters south of here. Alright. To get to that island over there, I think I'm going to need to use my jets again. Oh no, here we go again. Go away, Juliet Green. You are not actually a person. You're a bot. Remove. Also, hide the user. Okay, there we go. So what's here? A vast shape. The light of the system's three suns falls on something amber and huge to the east. It is almost like a pale orange cloud. Ah, actually, we can get over there like this. Interesting. Translucent tentacle doesn't have a fixed shape. Its individual parts instead cycle through developmental phases as they cohere. Interesting. Glowing colony. These golden yellow streams of life shift around solid objects held suspended in the water. Are these bones, rocks, or something else? This creature's impossibly large. I don't even know how to start logging data on it, but I'll try. This hard barrier is webbed with pulsing nodes. To gain access, we need to slice through it somehow. Okay, so we may be coming back to this area later. What are we looking at here? This appears to be a huge colonial life form. I'm seeing a lot of right angles here. I mean, there are passages inside, but unless we can cut this barrier, we can't reach them. Well, in calling the Golden Colony is overwhelming, where to begin? Thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of zooids make up a shifting interior. It seems the zooids are split into specialized functions and forms, from jellyfish-like medusoids to balloon-like bladders of gas. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of very straight lines. Here, here, straight lines and regular angles. Okay. So we can't go this way yet. There's definitely something over there. And it normally doesn't appear on our map. Okay. Sample candidate from the pillar garden. This pillar top is thick with waving petals, each one caked in tiny particles of golden pollen. Let's take a sample then. There's a sample over there, too. Alrighty. It's a bit of oxygen. Bright pollen. Observation on the inside of these plants, I can see layers of porous stomata, perhaps, for waste release. What dictates the pillars and tendrils, which pillars and tendrils stretch to and from? I'm yet to see a tendril which is only halfway formed. Wild creatures make regular shapes and polygons. Think honeycomb? I suppose. Still pretty uncommon. Let's see, this is... we don't know yet. So this is new. I think we've already had samples of pollen, so let's just use that for a bit more power. Go this way. Okay, sampling available. What kind of sampling? Silken strands. It's these things. Okay, we got 2 of those, so we don't need more right now. Okay, scan this. Hold pillar. The lower parts of this pillar are mounted narrow holes. Around them, small plates of chitin shells glint. I've observed these plants in shades which stretch from bright green to ivory white. Is this an indicator of their age or health? Already scanned that feature. This broad pillar is full of rough-looking boreholes. Chitin plates glinting here and there suggest they are burrows. This patch of water is entirely enclosed by webbed tendrils and thin strands that float through the water like lost hairs. Okay. Drat, I think that there was something there, but I missed it. Okay, sample of what? No. Take the sample. This is a chitin plate left by a segmented worm. Take the second sample because I can use that to refill my power. Need to actually press the correct button. So what's out here? Nothing else in this direction. Unless I can get over there, which I can't. Because the movement is oddly limited. What do we have here? Full. More chitin plates. Let's use this to fill up. These tendril bridges almost meet before disappearing into holes in the pillar, or they rooted to the rock inside. Ah. Another feathery creature. It seems that if they're knocked off a surface, these creatures can swim, but very inefficiently. Must be an emergency measure. I've noticed these strands don't direct connected to the pillars, but disappear into holes in their sides. What are they connected to, then? A burrowing creature when disturbed, this segmented creature shot out of his burrow, ejecting grit and sediment as it swam away, quite the surprise. These creatures are tricky to catch a glimpse of. Let's see if we can scare up a few more. Okay, twisted tendrils. Gaps between the tendrils are webbed with fine strands, almost invisible to the naked eye. Sea silk. Long strands of pale green and white biomatter flip. I've named this sea silk, though I'm not sure what kind of plant it is. Check my notes back at base. Okay. Gaps between the pillars are a pattern I cannot read, one that speaks of a complex geological history. This impossibly thin pillar rises up from the murk like a pencil, its sides marked by the faint strata of geological eons. Feathery creatures that pass along the tendrils seem to be unshakable in their routines, each one carefully doing its rounds. It's apparent that that matter from the bloom, such as pollen, collects in this creature's feathery arms. Is this intentional? Probably. These tendrils have grown close enough to each other to form complex tangled strands between the small pillars. Okay. Where these tendrils meet, the feathery creatures are able to carefully clamber from one to another, leaving behind feathers as they do. Ah, we might be able to get a sample of the creatures then. Okay, gardeners, a feathery, slow-moving creature that prunes the plants of the pillar gardens, moving between pillars along their silken bridges. I'm calling these gardeners. They are so attentive and purposeful. I want to know more about them. Okay, sample. Boom, boom, boom. So this is a shed feather. Alright. We are well outside the stock garden, so these are not going to be useful. And I need the space. So let's do that. And, you know, we're okay for power. Bring the oxygen back up. Okay, what's here? Too small to enter this hole in the pillar leads into a deep into the rock. A tailpiece left by its inhabitant sits just inside. We could sample it. Okay, so there's a sample here as well. Got one. You just scrape away the pillar surface, covering the burrows in the rock. It is impressive given the density of the pillars. Okay, what have we got here? One unknown animal sample. This tendril has to stretch a long distance to bridge these pillars. How do they grow like this without any support? This pillar top is a little sparser than some of the others. Perhaps these more southern pillars have only recently been seeded. Sampling available. What kind of sample? Bright pollen. We don't need bright pollen. Well, we could top up our power at least. Okay, a lone pillar. Despite sitting all the way out here, the pillar is hooked up to the others by a long tendril. Down here, there's only a single bridge that leads from pillar to pillar, a lone creature braving the currents as it crosses. Are individual creatures associated with individual tendrils? Feathery pinule. A creature has left behind one of its delicate arms here, perhaps in order to escape from a predator. We could take a sample of it. I already got that one, apparently. Alright, sampling available. Let's see. I guess we don't need 2 of these silken strands. Alright. Can't go farther in that direction. Here we go. Out away from the other pillar gardens, this wide pillar feels like a calming sanctuary, a blob of green and gold in a sea of blue. Alright, what kind of sample? Bright pollen. We don't need bright pollen. Okay, here we have an exposed tendril. Tendril loosely dangles from the pillar, its root half pulled out of the rock. It is pale and bulbous. We could sample it here. Alright. Nope. Wrong button. One final bridge stretches down the southernmost pillar, its strands swaying with the rising current. This slows our progress, apparently. Despite being so thick, this pillar is cut through small holes, and on its top, a couple of shell plates catch the light. Go. Observe these creatures have a bright tail lure made from many thin, pointed plates. What is its purpose, I wonder? Probably a distraction. Germinating garden. These small young petals are starting to open up to the 3 sons of Gliese 667cc. This place will be even more beautiful one day. So sample candidate there. And what's here? Chitin plates, which I already have. Okay, and here's a new sample. Okay, so let's use this pawn to restore our power. Take this sample. Okay. And that, I believe, is mission accomplished in general. Let's see if we can get one more scan of the burrowing creatures somewhere. Probably near that first island where it took me by surprise and got away before I could scan it. Is it here? Apparently not. Here, I think. No, I got that one already, apparently. There it is. Got it. Pillar worm. These long segmented creatures with distinctive tails. Bright tail. I'll name these pillar worms. They seem to have burrows all over this place. Okay. Let's redeploy back to base, analyze these samples, and see what we can find out. Alright. Okay, to the lab. No. No. There we go. Biohazard laboratory. Scan the silken strands. Scan the chitin plate. Scan the shed feather. Scan the shed tail. Scan the feather arm. Scan the silken root. Scan the petal shoot. Alright. To the taxonomy, so animal novi. So, the bristle carriers, Cetaphora. So the gardeners. Gardeners are feathery, slow-moving creatures that live among the pillar garden flora. Their upper part is mainly composed of densely packed, fern-like arms. Beneath is a body resting on a dense profusion of short root-like legs that anchor the gardener, but also enable it to walk, albeit very slowly. As gardeners move, they also rhythmically wave their arms, though it is unclear if this is for balance or part of their pruning action with the petal gardens they inhabit. Gardeners don't do anything fast, but they do travel between pillars using silken tendrils that grow between them. More analysis is needed to discern why and what their relationship to these gardens really is. So, these things. Small, simple eyes, thin, flexible limbs. Feathery pinnules, pollen caught in the pinnules. Hey, no, go back. Alright, analysis of the gardener's feather, which I have called a pinnule, has revealed that the gardeners feed on the same thing they camouflage themselves as, the garden's petals. The gardener feather pinnules have a razor-like edge with which the gardener cuts away thin sections of petal to feed on, without damaging the plant. However, unlike an actual feather, they contain nerves, suggesting that the gardener can deliberately control them, for precise pruning and for maneuvering in the water if they become dislodged from the tendril bridge. Quite why they risk such journeys, given their ineffective swimming, remains to be seen. Further study may unlock the puzzle of their purpose within the biome. So analysis of the gardener's arm filled with pinnules has shed some light on the relationship between them and the pillar gardens. The debris coating the sample is actually pollen from various garden species, suggesting that gardeners are an important part of the cross-pollination process. This means their contribution to the ecosystem is not just limited to pruning the blooms, they help propagate them too. Indeed, given their roaming paths from pillar to pillar, they must have some way of communicating and ensuring that no one garden becomes wilted or overgrown. This could be a eusocial hive structure or a territorial signature they leave behind. Either way, they are a well-coordinated team of marine landscape gardeners. Okay, the worms. They look like this. Swimming fans, grooved shell segments, oak leaf markings, feeding mandibles, tumbling limbs. Okay. So pillowworms are long, thin, segmented creatures that live deep in the rock tunnels and recesses of rock pillars found in the East Reef. They're frustratingly difficult to observe properly due to both their shyness and their surprisingly rapid swimming speed. They can, however, be startled out of their burrows by constant tapping on the rock. Once glimpsed, it is evident that they have striations that taper to a bright, lure-like tail. Their front half is protected with overlapping rigid plates. They also seem to be burrowing or excavating creatures, ejecting dust or sediment periodically from their burrows. Further analysis is required to determine why they live so reclusively within the pillars. Analysis of a pillar worm's chitinous plate shows a creature heavily adapted to its burrowing lifestyle. It seems that the chitinous plates found along the organism's head are precisely grooved, allowing the worm to chip away at existing recesses to create tunnels, and funneling the sediment back towards the entrance. These grooves should also help protect the creature's head from abrasions while traversing the burrows. It's logical then that the bugs created the tunnels rather than the tunnels that other life, especially the silken tendrils and the petal gardens, require. They must be one of the foundations of this unique ecosystem, turning the hard rock pillars into vertical gardens through their obsessive burrowing. Dissection of a pillar worm's tail has shed light on their hunting and feeding behaviors. The tail itself is made from many panels of bright translucent chitin. Given the tail's brightness and the way it waves in the current, it's reasonable to conclude that the worm is using it as a lure. It can be an effective tool for the worm to attract small grays to a tunnel's mouth with, for pouncing from the burrow and pulling its prey into the hole with it. However, the tail might serve as another function too, as a countermeasure against predators. Was the specimen bitten off or willingly ejected? Either way, the pillar worm remains good at hiding its secrets within those dark burrows. Okay. So the shimmer blooms, we now have a picture of those. So they look like this. So recessed stamens, pollen-producing stamen, photosynthetic cell, extensible stalk, extensible, huh? Alrighty. Analysis of a shimmer bloom shoot has revealed a coiled stalk within each shimmer bloom which each shimmer bloom possesses, allowing them to control their height in the water. And 1 second, let me drink. This means that if a shimmer bloom grows beyond the optimum depth for photosynthesis, it is able to extend its stalk and rise in the water toward the surface. However, due to the constant sunlight, which is in effect at least 667's tightly locked orbit, shimmer blooms also use this ability to retract themselves away from the sun in order to protect themselves from cell damage. There's just junk in my throat today. It's really annoying when I have to read so much. These beautiful plants are highly attuned to their environment, and I can think of no better named species to give Minet's name to. It is a name that deserves to live on the honor of this place. I'm sorry I can't do more. Okay. So sea silk. So root creature, new shoots, pillar bridging tendril, webbed strands. So this bright green plant stretches its silken tendrils in long horizontal sways between pillars in the East Reef. This plant is characterized by its fibrous, fine, and flexible strands that can be as thick as a rope or as thin as the human hair, appearing almost white in sunlight. How they form their bridges and why the plant's tendrils do not rise to the surface is unclear. I've observed one plant intertwined with strands from other pillars, and when these multiple strands meet, often in areas roughly equidistant from their respective pillars, they seem to form a web. I wonder if strands from individual plants are drawn to one another. Analysis of a strand of sea silk has shown that it is in fact from two different plants that is somehow conjoined where they met. Moreover, there are younger growths formed near the end of each plant strand, demonstrating their ability to form new shoots along their length, which must be why I've observed a web-like pattern in some of the tangles. However, new growths require a good deal of energy. The strands are green on one side, a sign of photosynthesis no doubt, but their underside is distinctly darker and more porous looking. Are the strands able to absorb matter floating up from underneath them? I need to analyze the root structure or similar to find out more. Well, I was surprised to discover that the sea silk does not end in roots. After finding a damaged strand, I found it emanating from a kind of silken ball that I initially took to be a root. However, in lab analysis, it was revealed to be an entirely separate creature. The sea silk is a product or plant-like limb of this organism. I discovered the root itself to be able to put down, but also retract, strands of sea silk from within. It's an unusual fusion of creatures. Is this a symbiotic relationship or a parasitic one? Regardless, these curious creatures and their growths are the bridge builders of the pillar ecosystem, turning isolated gardens into a connected network, helping them to flourish. Okay. Right. Fast is there. No new information. Okay, what's the dive map look like? Okay, I still need to get the reef cap stuff. And there's probably other stuff down there as well. Alright, dive. No. Inventory. I'll take another one of these. Aside from that. And also... not stock bark. This and this. Okay. What is this? Nest fragment. Ooh, that's a lot of oxygen. All right, let's deploy back to the East Reef. All right. Let's see what's here. Bright pollen. Have I heard of that spiral creature whose organs are kind of individual multicellular creatures? Doesn't ring a bell at the moment. I know of microorganisms that are typically free living, but can also but when resources become scarce, they aggregate into fruiting bodies. Okay. So the currents are really strong here. Spore. That opens up this bit. Alright. I keep forgetting to charge oxygen at the way station before I leave. Alright, let's go. What? No passage there? I might be coming at this from the wrong direction. Okay, let's try deploying from a different location. Welcome, Cobalt. You cannot break my door. We are in the sea. There is no door. There is only sea. What have you missed? Let's see. So since last time, we discovered a toxic algal bloom engulfing this whole region here. It's emanating from this position, but we don't know. But we can't get to there at this time. But it looks like it connects to some sort of artificial chamber. Meanwhile, Minnie, the woman we're looking for, has apparently free-dived off the edge of this cliff to a depth of like 1,000 meters. So we now have the reinforcement necessary to go after her. But first, I'm investigating all these other samples. There's a reef garden up here, connected by interconnecting living strands. Well, I'm trying to get this stuff at the moment, if I can find my way to it. Also, I got a ton of gunk in my throat for some reason. So reading things is a little bit difficult for me at the moment. 1,000 meters, that's a kilometer. I mean, it's also 1,000 meters. Let's see. Alright, now I need to get... what's in my inventory right now? Here we go. This will do. Okay. Dang it! Okay, I can just make it here. Anyway, hello, Ruby. Right, we're gonna need more of the shrill sax. Da. So trying to get up around there, I think? Or, no, down there. Movement of this game is very weird. We're in the ocean, but we are strangely limited in where we can go. It's kind of like a text adventure with a graphical overlay. Yes, Cobalt. Now, stock bark is not what I need. Well, might as well take it. Siphonophore. That does sound vaguely familiar, yes. A Netflix series about all the way the CIA tried to assassinate Castro. Siphonophores are predators that reside in the deep ocean and made up of many small clones working together as one animal. Alright, here's our... Forgot to charge my thing back at base, so now I need to consume some of the oxygen from the tank. Dang it. Alright, let's go. Here we go. This will be what we want. Okay. That's all from here. So here we have the cap section. A section of grilled cap tissue from the sporing stalk. Right. Let's head back to base, analyze these, and then it's time to dive. Alright, so lab. Oh, I haven't loaded my inventory yet. Alright. To taxonomy. Alrighty, so the reef caps, they look like this. Chitin plate sutures, endospore chambers, supported reef stalks, spores releasing quote-unquote gills. So, analysis of reef cap tissues shows that the reef caps maintain a bacterial symbiont within a series of internal chambers, which, while unique to Gliese 667cc, resembles Ectopiscium, a large cell bacteria found in the stomachs of terrestrial surgeonfish. Epulopiscium helps surgeonfish break down algae effectively, and the reef cap's bacteria seems to do the same, with traces of algae-like growth found in the cap's chambers. Where is this algae coming from? However the caps receive it, the algae is allowing the caps to grow bacterial colonies, which they reduce themselves to endospores when the algae is digested. These endospores then release the stalks in the local area to renew the strength of their colonies. It's an incredible recycling system for protecting this ecosystem. Okay. So, right. So a bit more about this algal bloom. I said it at the start of the stream, but there was nobody here at the time. So algal blooms. This isn't actually algae because we're on an alien planet, but it's functionally equivalent. So this algae is a photosynthetic life form. It turns CO2 into oxygen, but it needs sunlight to do that. So if you get enough of it in one place, the upper levels block the lower levels from getting sunlight. So they have to switch to anoxic respiration. So they stop metabolizing oxygen and start metabolizing other things. And these creatures have a frighteningly large range of things they metabolize. So when they're in this mode, they basically become poisonous. Now, algal blooms have a terrestrial counterpoint. We see them in the real world. And they're usually the result of nutrient pollution, specifically when excess fertilizer from farms that have been over-fertilized and over-pesticided wash into the river and collect around river deltas. So we often get toxic algal blooms around river deltas. So while they are in theory a natural occurrence, they are quite heavily associated on our planet with human intervention, which is interesting because the source of the algal bloom, which we cannot get to right now, appears to be connected to a chamber with strangely straight sides and regular angles, and is blocked off by what is very similar to, well, it looks to me like a door from above. So I suspect some sort of intelligent life form did something that went awry here. Also worth noting, the reef stalks here. The reef stalks can have the capability of gene editing the bacteria in their environment. They've got the bloat stalks, which edit the DNA of the bacteria within and render them harmless. And for an animal to rewrite DNA is kind of like asking a dog to write a novel. So I suspect that there is intelligence at work. The stalks themselves may be intelligent in some way. or they may be the product of a different intelligence. Either way, I suspect that the secret of this planet that Manet is so driven to protect is intelligent life of some description. Now, I don't have any solid evidence of that yet. However, the stalks have been shown to communicate among themselves, so... Okay. Right. Let's go diving. Oh yeah, and also there's a massive organism that we can't get to right now by the East Reef. Are you back with me? We had 20 seconds from the ocean floor. Yes, I'm here. Good, I was getting lonely in here. We are descending fast. The drop is huge, 1.5 kilometers down. Let's stay focused. We have no data on this zone of the ocean. The light of Gliese 667c sees stars barely makes it this deep. I've got my headlamps on. You'll have to be my eyes. I want to work my way along the slope to the northeast. We are looking for any trace of Manet or the ROV she sent down here. Let's get to it. Alright. So, shelf base, the sheer wall of the shelf descends through the faint light to carve in the thick slope, silt of the slopes. I think the deep ocean is pretty freaky. The heavy currents of the upper ocean don't reach down here, leaving the water still and silent, sediment suspended in the column. Beyond the reach of the sun's lamps, the slope suits lamps. The slopes descend slowly into the dark toward the abyssal plane. Let's see. A bioluminescent glow just the silt, a faint but noticeable chemical blue. Looks like we've got some kind of tendril life form here. Tangled veil. These drifting veils appear to be creatures of some kind. They're pulsing faintly with pinpricks of light. These silken creatures are almost transparent apart from these lights. What are they? Okay, trailing veil. The veil stretches away from the tangle of the group, reaching towards new territories. In the headlamps of the suit, I can occasionally see the vein-like texture of the surface of these veils. What substances sustain them? I keep misreading this as tangled evil. The veils are gathered in groups, which I am calling tangles. They seem to be intentional formations, but for what purpose? Lights the veils produce come from directly from beneath their skin. They shift from transparent to a light emitting in undulating waves. Need to actually scan these markers. Diaphanous veils twitch, suspended in the water. They are seeded with pinpricks of bioluminescence like distorted star fields. Between these two veils and clear water is visible a temporary corridor between two hanging sheets. Okay, so it's difficult, but not impossible to move through these. A gap between the veils, is it that they're two competing individuals, or is this just a temporary separation of a single group? Through the tangled and without any clear sensory organ, though tangled and without any clear sensory organs, these creatures seem to have strong control over their position in the water. Here, tangle is receding, a few of its trailing veils hanging still in the dark water like poised limbs of a dancer. Digesting veil. At closer inspection, these veils are jeweled with the half-digested remains of other life, passing conveyor-like from one veil to the next. Okay, so that That negative sound I heard, that was probably power being sucked out of me. Okay, surrounded on all sorts by shifting sheets of bioluminescence. This space is a fluid, shifting interior. Can I call the drone here? No. Okay, that's a problem, because I don't think I brought... Yeah, these don't store power. Alright. Veil edge. Set along the veils the remains of creatures that have been confused by the light and caught by these transparent hunters. Okay. I'm gonna test this. Can I pass through? Yes, but it costs power. Okay. That gets a little bit of power back, but nowhere near what it costs to get over here. The Veil delivered some kind of stunning electrical shock to the suit. Is that how they disable their prey? We should be careful of contact with the species. Yes. Okay, Snare Veil. Wide, delicate silken panels of bioluminescent cells that work in unison to trap and digest creatures which come too close. I'm naming these strange creatures Snare Veils. They are such beautiful traps. Okay, but, no, you cannot have one. Right. Do not pet the giant jellyfish. Okay, I'm gonna have to push through this again. Feel like when the veil is gray, you can safely go over it. I think that's just the different modes of scanning. The veil is blinking the same sequence of lights over and over, perhaps as a way of attracting curious prey into their grip. Why didn't Minnie tell anyone about this place? The life here, it's the biggest discovery in human history. Do you think she's trying to protect it? I think so, in some way. But then why bring me here? Maybe she expects me to keep her secrets too? She always had her secrets, but this feels bigger than that. Okay, dark water. Away from the veils, the water returns to its inky darkness, resisting the strong beams of the suit's lamps. Do not pet the jellyfish. Do not pet the stinging creatures. Silt is gathered around the base of two large outcrops, forming a natural respite from the steady downward pitch of the slopes. Excuse me. Dark basalt layers rise up out of the slopes like fractured towers, each a jagged layer carrying drifts of silver silt. Go find a comb jelly to pet. These dark towers of angular stones are the telltale signs of volcanic processes active under the planet's surface. Aha, ROV debris. What must be one of Minet's improvised remote vehicles lies twisted in the silt. Could it have been disabled by the veils? Possibly. Which suggests that the veils are mobile, since this debris, it's one of Minet's ROVs. Wait, to my left, is that... There's some sort of... Ah, found a human. It's her. Static body, okay. Yeah, free diving to 1,500 meters is not a good idea. She's here. She's alive. We are reading life signs, and she's breathing. That can't be right. How long has she been here? Lying in the silt. We have to bring her back to the base. But I don't... Okay, focus, Ellery. What do we do? We can use the ROV to boost our signal to the base, send for the drone, then we can start the ascent. Get me back to the ROV debris and hook us up with the terminal. Okay, got it. Okay, so... She's breathing water. I mean, humans can sort of breathe water. We can extract water from oxygen just like we can extract it from air. But the oxygen content of water is very low. And water takes so much more effort to push in and out of your lungs that it's generally not a good idea. If humans are to breathe fluid, it needs to be hyperoxygenated fluid that is specially created for that purpose. So something seems to have altered her biology, and as Cobalt points out, possibly the Stalks edited her in some way, or she used them to edit herself. Okay, open the terminal. Power, oxygen's fine, so let's get map data. Sync complete, data release to the pilot's console. Okay, we're synced. Call the drone now. We need to get her out of here. Okay, let's go over to her. So, Ellery, you should probably be very cautious about taking her out of the water. Okay, downtime 5.1 hours. Ah, the dive map is offline. You're back. I need to talk. I'm on the medical level. Okay, to the medical level. She's totally unresponsive. I don't know what to do. I don't even understand how she's still alive. I keep going back to the image of her blue, silent, staring out of the silt. Thin stream of bubbles flickering from her mouth. How long has she been there? The pressure alone should have crushed her at that depth. This doesn't make any sense. Well, if she was breathing fluid, she would have been much more resistant to pressure. But she is alive. I need to talk to her, but nothing. I want to understand. I want to know what is going on here. I haven't seen her in years, not since she left. Now, here she is. Do you ever imagine all the things you were going to say to a person when you see them again? Well, not commonly, no. No, of course you don't. You're a machine. Sorry. I came here for her. I don't know why I did, but I did. I think it's because I had hope for something to change, for there to be an explanation. Those months we spent together to mean something again? Sorry, I'm not making any sense. This makes twice. 2 times she's turned my life upside down. At least this time I knew what I was signing myself up for. It's no longer I had anywhere else to be. The further I am from that dying planet, the better. What comes next? Well, we need to figure out what was going on here. We keep going. He was looking for something out there, something important important enough to leave her like this. It's our turn to take that forward, to find that explanation. I think she built that lab in the Bloom to study those mineral skeletons. Artificers, she called them. But something was leading her deeper, beyond the drop-off. Let's start with those ROVs she sent out. Maybe they found something we didn't. I'll mark their last known positions on the dive map, and I'll be here until you're ready to go. Okay. So, medbay. Nomura, comatose state, muscle loss apparent, erratic brain activity emitted, administering sedative, muscle loss. So, muscle loss could be either indicative of she's been immobile for a long time, like weeks or months. Or it could mean that, or it could be the result of some sort of whatever editing allowed her to breathe underwater. New stuff from the lab, apparently. Okay, learned about the Colotata, the snare veil. Snare veil is a unique soft-bodied creature that resembles a thin sheet of silk studded with lights. Found in tangles of multiple individuals, their hypnotic swaying and flickering lights make them difficult to see in their entirety, but from my initial observations, they appear to be flat panels of bioluminescent cells, which are faintly veined with both a nervous and a digestive system. The veils somehow survive by capturing creatures which swim onto their surface, somehow stunning or killing them, and then digesting them on the exterior of their bodies. I've also observed veils passing prey from one individual to another, suggesting that they may have some sort of form of social interaction between individuals. Analysis of the digested remains they leave behind might give some clues as to their predatory behavior. Okay, so we need a food sample and a tissue sample. Okay. So, you have... Okay. Manea is gone, and she's left behind one hell of a mess. The base is falling apart, cannibalized to build waste. No, that's number one. She is still alive. I never thought I'd see her again. Not after she sliced the core from the base on Kepler 62F and took the shuttle God knows where. I spent weeks slowly freezing in that base, waiting for the Baikal team to come get me. And after that, it fell apart. There was never any life on Kepler 62F, and they had faked the whole thing. She wanted the data core she knew the Baikal would provide when she gave them evidence of my first contact. Ah, okay. The first contact, Baikal blamed me, and my work as a consulting biologist collapsed. I went back to Earth to take a post-grad position on that dying planet. There is little need for marine biologists in a place where the only oceanic life is kept in tourist-choked reserves. That's where I stayed, watching the endless exodus of humans and with enough money to leave, looking out across the dead ocean at the pinpricks of their shuttle's rocket flares. Until Manea called me here. I should blame her for everything, but I just want to know why. Perhaps now, if she ever wakes up, I can ask her. Okay, now we get to the part where they describe how Earth has gone to pot. Because of course they did. They have. Okay. So, dive map. So the dusk slopes, priority signal here and here. Okay. So this is a little bit of power, but not much. Oh, I can analyze these. To the lab. Nope, no, I need to put them in the thing first. Okay. Unknown creature caught by a veil and partially digested. Okay. Analysis of unknown remains found near the veil tangle shows that this creature captures and kills its prey through an electrical charge. This charge, presumably produced by electric organs that sit beneath the veil's outer membrane, can produce incredibly high voltage outputs. The remains analyzed shown significant damage from these electrical discharges. The remains also suggest that the veils use electrical pulses to control the muscles and nervous systems of captured creatures, forcing them to swim deeper into the grip of the veil when captured. The veil's manipulation of electrical signals seems highly nuanced, and they may also use them for detection of prey and even communication between individuals. In order to confirm these theories, analysis of veil tissue is necessary, though this may prove difficult. Okay. Right. To the dive map. We need to move on from the dusk slopes. Let's see. Oh, wait. No, we should take something that has good power. What do we got? You are 40%. Let's see, 20, 10, 30, 30, 10, 20, 0, 0, 5, 35. Fungal cluster. 15, 10, 20, 25, 25, and 40. 20, 10, 15, and 10. Okay, looks like this egg is our best bet. So that's 40, and this is 40. Okay. And let's take one of the spark colonies too. Which this no? Which one was that? Fan dust, bright pollen. Here we go, spark colonies. Okay, we have 6 slots. Let's go. Okay. Glinting debris from the disabled ROV traces back into the sand. So it's disabled somewhere in this, damaged somewhere in this direction, managed to limp back there. Okay, volcanic area. So the eastern plain and the declining slope. Let's go to the east first. Silt plain. Find out who hurt the robot and make them pay. It was probably one of the Veils. An occasional silver bubble breaks the surface of the flat, still carrying cloudy trail of sediment behind it. Bubbling sands, huh? So some sort of gas fissure around here? Repeated trails of unknown creatures mark the sand wandering back and forth across the rippled surface. Or they might be some sort of respiration from creatures. Yep, I need to... Cold water seas. Bubbles of methane trickle from out from beneath the silt, creating silvery columns wreathed in sand. Okay. So, we got a methane spring here. Pockmarked. Small ahead, the seeps have been created small craters in the seabed where brine is gathering in clouded pools. Ah! We're getting into brine pools. Okay, interesting. What do we have here? Ah, brine pools. Right, so these are brine pools. Imagine I touch down the seafloor of the research sub. Shimmering landscapes of ghostly pools stretches out in the lamps, the dense brine sitting in this crater-like undersea ponds. Then blood floats up around the sub. Brine pools. The methane here must be forming them. Pools themselves will be toxic and also anoxic. Let's navigate carefully. They are beautiful fog-skinned puddles sunk in the seabed, but they are dangerous. And we have to pass by this one. That's how we discovered tube worms. Okay. So, tell... Ellery, these are brine pools. They're pools. You can move in three-dimensional space. Why are you swimming through the pools instead of swimming over them? Maybe this is not a swimming suit. Maybe it can only move along the surface. Okay, creature tracks patterns of dents in the sand show the paths of feathery creatures that cross from pillar to pillar in slow and purposeful loops. A complex pattern of pools fills the seabed, shimmering with toxic chemistry. Alright, we have creatures here. Bristling fronds. These feathery fronds are growing along the edge of the brine, waving their matted leaf-like limbs through the water. These swaying fronds, are they a colony or a single creature? I'll start recording my observations. Frond pools, the complex waving shapes of waving fronds caress the surface of the pool, sweeping the brine into wispy shapes. From each of the many limbs of these branching creatures are carefully dipped into the brine pools one by one before pulling back. Glistening bubble, a mucus bubble sits in the silt, shed from the back of the bubble-skinned creatures, which are tracking the perimeter of the pools. Occasionally, this creature will sweep its limbs back in the hairy mass of the body before thrusting them out again. What is it doing? Presumably, it's collecting something from the brine pools. Crab-like creature. This crab-like creature is moving slowly across the sea floor with a large, translucent crest protruding from its back. These crawling creatures seem to keep to themselves. Let's keep track of where we find them. On closer inspection, the large, translucent crest appears to be a gas-filled organ, a bubble of some kind rising from a slit in the shell. While some pools transition into bare sand, others are choked with fronds. Right, so we're not getting past there, I don't think. Alright. What do we have here? Mucus bubble. Provides oxygen. Okay. So be on the lookout for that. Bristling fronds. The thick hairs of each frond seem mottled with a reddish substance. Does it grow there amongst the hairs? Methane seep among the pools. A pillar of shining bubbles rises up toward the surface. Microbial mats, bright orange counterparts of microbial growth gathered beneath the waving fronds stretch away from the pool. We could sample them here. Okay, when a limb is removed from the brine, the red substance matted in the hair seems to grow brighter, shifting in color. Sample rise. Huge brine lake can be seen out to the east. Dipping motion of the fronds, they filter the brine, the creature's hypnotic sense of motion on along the edge of the lake. Alright, what do we got in terms of samples? A bacterial colony. Which is... does not accomplish much. Okay. Seems that the substance caked from the creature's hair is reacting to the brine somehow. Perhaps it is helping them feed. Ah, okay. So this algal mat is probably feeds on like methane or something else in the brine pools. So by dipping the bacteria-covered fronds into the methane into the brine pools, it's gathering nutrients of some description. Okay, glistening bubble. Okay. Oh, and also want this. Bank skirts along the edge of a large shadowed pool. It's a bit close. Okay, yeah. Okay, sampling available. That's in the pool. Why is our marker in the pool? A faint pulsing glow like lightning in a storm can be seen beneath the cloudy brine. That's why. Okay. Crab-like creature. Brine eaters. Branching feathery fronds which grow alongside brine pools, carefully dipping their matted, stained limbs in and out of the brine. I'll log these creatures as brine eaters. You can take a look at my observations back at base. Terrible idea. Alright, out. Okay, brine shore. Here the complex of pools melts into the lake, which shines with toxic intensity. Can anything live out here? So, I got a brine shell. Glowing shell found among the brine, same with chemicals. We're gonna cross this thing. This brine lake is vast. I can't see the other side. What might be hiding within its toxic fog? Do you think life might survive around here? Well, we just found evidence of a shell, so it's possible. It's true that this planet has shifted my ideas about what is survivable. Perhaps there's something out there waiting to be discovered. Okay, brine waves, something out in the dark, and sending slow waves to this burning beach. What could live out there? The crater this hole cuts deep in the bedrock of the plain. Could this be caused by a seep? It looks more like an impact crater. Okay, cross this. Oh boy. Water is a blinding milky white flow in the headlamps. Let's not go there right now. Burning beach. The edge of the lake is stained with brightly colored bacterial mats, which recede beneath the cloudy toxic mass of the brine itself. Okay. I have oxygen. Let's go out, scan. What do we got here? Silt-legged stone. Tall crab-like creature. Alright, let's start keeping notes on their behavior. Oop, crab. Crab, 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 the crab, crab. Okay. Yeah. Let's go here. Okay, I think now is a good time to use this egg. Brine pools. That should be safe. Nope, not quite. Brine beach, brine shore. The curve of the lakeshore extends out of sight, and the other side of this vast depression is too far out into the dark to be seen. Microbial mats. When the ornate fronds, I can see the neon orange of microbial mats spreading out from the pool in complex growth patterns. Okay, got one of these. Lake edge. Haze lifting from the lake and the pools all around made visibility very poor. Vague shapes flit in and out of the columns like bubbles. Pool network. Silt strip. Brine shore. Lake is bigger than any seep I've seen on Earth. The volume of methane trapped in the bedrock must be impossibly vast. Sand Peninsula. Pale Rise. Complex pools. Flat rock. Silt Island. Hemmed in by toxic pools, the small rise looks out across the landscape of deep craters and unrelenting darkness. Okay. Draining pools. Some of these northern pools are emptying of brine, leaving only shallow layers at their base. Create a pattern. A radial pattern of depressions in the rock suggested re-expanding outwards from an impact point. Okay. Glistening bubble. Mucus bubble shed from the back of a creature sits on top of a small pile of silt as if it were an egg. These aren't seep pools. Something impacted the seafloor here. Meteors? How would they get so deep? Or could some creature have left these? Sandy Rise. Pool network. The pools seem to cover a huge part of the seabed, radiating out from the lake in ornate patterns. So this tall crab-like creature towers above the brine pool, an unusual assortment of rocks, shells, and bones adore in his back. These things we've already observed. Okay, take this sample, because oxygen is important down here. Okay, cannot proceed in that direction, so let's go this way. Aha, disabled ROV. Okay. The ROV must have been tracked by some signal among the pools, but it became another victim of the corrosive brine. Why can none of these underwater vehicles swim? One of Monet's ROVs. Looks like this one was disabled by the brine. The supplies Monet equipped it with are still intact, though. We can resupply. Alright, good. Open the panel. Open the terminal and let's see what this little guy found down here. Okay, map data. Okay. Oh wow, you found something big, didn't you, little guy? Looks like... Is that a wreck? Incredible! The debris field stretches all the way northwest from here. So northwest. Must have been large. A freighter or a research vessel. Ah, so something crashed here. Something toxic. It's carrying something toxic. We have to go see this thing. Come on, we can head back to base after. Okay. So rather than this being a methane sea, it may have been a crashed starship, presumably human, that landed here, and maybe it was carrying the source of these brine pools, the methane or whatever? Whatever caused the string of impact created, parts of it lie all around, huge jointed forms of corroded metal. Here's the edge of the debris trail. Something sank here, and by the spread of the debris, exploded. It's been here for years. Decades. The metal is corroded into a little more than a frame. That means Monet wasn't the first person to come here. She might have been the first person to survive coming here. Something big happened here. Something no one was meant to find. Okay, this huge piece of debris has been twisted by the brine, leaving it totally unrecognizable. Bulbous rust-red lumps are scattered across the pale sand like seeds thrown to the wind. But if this area was created by an impact, then how are the local life forms adapted to it? Twisted frame. The spars of the frame stick out like like fractured ribs. Fronds and other growths closing gaps between them. Okay, the broad, flat plates of the wreck sit at right angles to each other, forming complex angular walls. We might grate. Yeah, we're gonna grate. No, not quite. Okay. Silt strip near a walkway between the pools beside the wreck. Hull entry split between what must once have been the vessel's hull allows passage into the overgrown interior. Let's go here first. Wreck Oasis. Crab-like creature. One of these shell creatures seems to have its own territorial loop and an area of the seafloor it systematically searches through. A warm glow lights the cracked and corroded skin of the twisted plates in sharp relief. Okay, looks like we have life forms on the wreck here, in a different pattern than I've seen before. Okay, eaten fronds. Each of these creatures, shell creature, no. No, that's the same description. Okay, fronds crowd this place of debris, some eaten away by the local grazers. Broken limbs lie all around. We could sample one of the smaller pieces. Pale petals, trefoil petals, which gather around the glowing fans of the deep, they angle themselves toward the light like expectant children. These petal-shaped creatures, they only growl around the glowing fans. Let's start logging data. Bright fan, like fans found in the bloom, these creatures are fan-shaped filter feeders, however these variants glow with a cold fire. These fans seem to play a central role in the ecosystem here. I'm going to start recording data. Okay. Sample candidate is here. Nothing past this point. Okay. Okay, and sample here. I'm full. Bristly limb. Let's use this. Okay, let's use this for a bit of... Wait a minute. I can also deploy these things. Spark colony, sphere fragment. Let's just power up. Okay. I don't have a way forward from here. Oh wait, no, I didn't actually get the sample that was there. You know, I've got enough of these things that I might be able to, you know, it might be worth venturing out into the lake. Sounds like a spectacularly stupid idea. But give it a go. Going for the hull now. Okay. I can always come back to the lake later. Okay. Melted quarter, the brines left everything but the vaguest shape of the vessel impossible to define. Ovoid creature. These ovoid creatures sit posting in the edge of the deep. Oasis, they are glassy and soft and like partially boiled shellless eggs. These pale pulsing creatures seem so passive, I'm going to start taking notes on them. Okay. Melted corridor. We are entering the main body of the wreck now. It's little more than a husk. It's impossible to tell anything from these rusted plates. Whose ship was this? The local ecosystem looks to have been scraping away at this thing for decades. Nothing much left for us. Oh, need to scan. Okay, this bay, perhaps once a cargo hold, is being scraped away at by frog-like creatures releasing flakes of orange rust into the water. Sealed locker, half buried in the sand. The industrial seals in this equipment locker have held. They must have been protected from the crash within this bay. Ovoid creature. When close to the creature, you can feel the pull their strong filtering actions. They absorb water and push it through their bodies. I don't suppose we can get into the sealed locker. Look, a steel-sealed dive suit locker. Let's see if we can get it open. Okay, I think I can lever. Yes, it's open. But there's not a lot here. Wait, this cutting torch looks clean enough. With a little work, this could be salvaged. Is this Baikal tech? Hard to tell. Looks compatible with the suit, though. I'll stow it and see what I can do with it when we get back to base. Okay, so that's probably going to let us through that that barrier that's keeping us from figuring out the source of the bloom. Okay, so breach plates. The plates of the wreck buckle and bend outwards here, bent away by some huge interior force. Now we're getting into more brine pools. The impact craters. The craters clustered around the vessel suggest an explosive force of some considerable magnitude. Melted debris. Most of the wreck must have already been lost to brine. Only this section remains precariously settled on the silt bank. Ovoid creatures. These creatures seem to produce small branching buds in the same way that a hydra grows a clone of itself in order to reproduce. Okay. At the creature's interior sits a sphere surrounded by a reflective membrane, bathed in light from transparent sections of its body. Could this set of... Excuse me. Could this set of seeds have been created by the wreck impact? Perhaps it breached the bedrock, allowing the methane to flow. Protecting the methane below. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Long crest. Shell crab-like creature with scavenged the ocean floor in search of nutrients, carries a mucus-lined bubble on its back. I like to call these lung crests there. The bubbles that they carry on their backs are so cumbersome. Wreck garden, whatever its origin, the wreck here has become a sanctuary for our ocean's life, and there is beauty in its beauty to its reclamation. Interesting line pattern here. Discarded shell. The rest of the shell sits on the edge of the brine pool. Its former inhabitants nowhere to be seen. We could sample here. Okay. Ah, but I'm full. Use the spark colony. Right. From here, let's head north. I might need to go back to base soon and drop off some of these samples. None of this adds up. If there's a wreck here, then there were people, assuming they survived the impact. And if there were people, well, why doesn't everyone know about this place, about its incredible life? We spent centuries looking for life outside of Earth and found nothing. I've seen so many dead planets, so many barren worlds. I've certified each of them as clear of life, just so an exoplanet extraction corp can pick them clean for maximum profit. Strip mine them for the resource our ever-expanding species needs. This place is impossible, one in a million, in millions, and yet it's already marked by greedy fingerprints. Who brought this ship here? This has to be the history Monet wanted to uncover. Let's head back to base. There's more to find, I'm sure of it. I doubt that this wreck is old enough to have seeded the planet. That would have taken billions of years. Okay, wreck edge north of the debris field fades away as the ocean floor slips toward the abyssal plain. Okay, this is as far as we can go in this direction. Alright, let's request retrieval, get back to base. We'll continue exploring once we've offloaded some of these samples. Alright. Something has happened. Come into medical now. Monet is growing. She is I haven't dared to go in. I can't make sense of the readouts. Her vitals are unreadable, but she is still alive. Whatever kept her alive on the slopes is changing her somehow. I've been sat here watching her. I don't know what to do. Foreign genetic material detected. Rapid tissue growth. Error. Okay. Do you think she is in pain? I don't know. I could not say. I need your help here, please. I mean, I'll help. I just don't know how to answer your question. There are procedures. Every base stack is equipped with quarantine systems. I can authorize the lab to be purged. End it now. Is that still Monet? I can't... What do you think? Should I authorize the purge? Yes. Yes, It's not safe. Monet, No, this is wrong. You are wrong. I won't do this. Alright, your choice. I understand you want to protect me, but we can't... Not after everything. Just because we don't understand something doesn't mean it's dangerous to us. I thought you would understand that. We need to keep going. Can you quarantine this level in particular? We need to understand this. Okay, we can do this. I've hooked up the cutting torch from the debris field. I hope it helps. I need some answers. Let's find that other ROV. Okay. You please stay off this level until then. Alright, let's try to figure out what's going on. Wait, I'm a suit. Why can't I go in there and take a sample and we can figure out what we're dealing with? Okay, yes. Be gone, spam bot. Alright. So we found lung crest. Lung crests resemble large crabs in their basic anatomy. Oh, I need to actually analyze them first. Let's see, brine mass. Okay, mucus bubbles already there. Shell. Bristly limb. And sheath. Okay. Now we have multiple pages. Alright. Good lab. Okay, brine eaters. Oh wait, I need to study these things. Okay. That's information on lung crest. Information on mucus bubble. Brine shell. Wait, what? There was an error there. I took it away too quickly. Brine mat. Bristly limb, a piece of hairy branch broken off from a creature. Okay, and fan sheath. No relevant taxonomy entries found. Okay, so some of this stuff I might not have found the creatures it belongs to yet. Okay, so the lung crest looks like this. Big protective shell, mucus line bubble crest, armored limbs, lung crest processing, rock and minerals. Okay. Lung crests resemble large crabs in their basic anatomy, though they are instantly recognizable by the large multi-chambered bubbles they carry on their back. The function of the bubbles is unclear, but each individual produces slightly different bubble forms, and individuals have also been observed with their bubbles at different levels of inflation. They seem to be filled with gas, but without analyzing one directly, we cannot know which gases. To feed, lung crests use their complex mouthparts to chew up silt and rock, slowly and systematically working through their territory. These territories seem to be unique to each creature, and I have yet to see one lung crest trespassing on another individual's garden. A direct sample of the mucus bubbles might help us understand more about their behavior. After finding the shed lung crest bubble, it has been possible to analyze its contents. The majority of the bubble is filled with oxygen, with some amounts of methane, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. It seems that in its processing minerals and compounds found in the silt and rock of the ocean floor, the lung crests are able to produce and process these gases, perhaps with the help of a bacterial symbiote living inside their bodies. But what are they producing these bubbles for? It could be their defensive structures, able to be shed and popped when the relatively slow-moving and vulnerable lung crests need to escape. But then why the carefully managed cocktail of gases? Further investigation is needed. In particular, we should look to inspect a lung crest shell. Okay, theories. Sampling a lung crest shell made the function of the mucus line bubbles clear. After seeing the lung crest scavenging around and even entering into the brine pools, it seems obvious that the bubbles are in fact natural scuba gear, allowing them to move around the anoxic environment of the brine lake. The shell confirms this, with a clear vent in the shell which allows the lung crest to access the gas within the bubble without breaking it. This unique evolution means that despite their slow speed and sheer ignorance of what goes on around them, lung crests are highly resilient. Their thick shells and bubble crests together forming a kind of analog to my own dive suit. I'll be sure to say hello to these fellow divers the next time we visit the brine lake. Okay, bristle carriers. So, these things. Bristly frond, branching structure, hairless digestive frond, bristle pattern. Bacterial growth within bristle mesh, sessile base. Brine eaters are hairy, frond-like creatures that live in clumps around at least 6-7 cc's deep ocean brine pools. Looking like dark, overgrown ferns, they sway their branching limbs around through the pools, whisking the cloudy brine as they do. Each frond is thick with bristles, which are often caked in a bright orange substance which reacts with the brine on contact, brightening as it does. What exactly this substance is or does, it is difficult to tell, but it seems that the eaters intentionally foster its growth on their limbs. Using the matted hair to keep it attached, individual eaters can be hard to isolate from the clumps they live in, making additional observations difficult. Analyzing samples of the bacteria that grows among the hairs of the brine eaters' fronds has shown that it is their main source of nutrition. This bacteria, which is extremophile in nature, is able to metabolize the toxic brine the eater dips it into. The eater repeatedly dips the bacteria into the brine in order to regulate its growth, with each dip causing a rapid increase in reproduction within the bacterial colony. When the eater's limb is thick with the orange microbes, it then wipes it across another frond where much of the bacteria is quickly digested by the creature, leaving just enough behind the limb to regrow the colony. It seems the name brine eater is a misnomer. It is the bacteria which eats the brine, and the eaters just consume the bacteria. Inspecting the tissue of the brine eater shows that despite a full nervous system, they have no central brain. In fact, regeneration present in the tissue samples suggests that a brine eater could be regrown from just a single piece of an individual, and is highly resilient to predatory damage. With no central self to orient themselves around, brine eaters are a highly resilient form of life, which is perhaps how they have come to exist in one of the harshest environments like at least 6-7 cc, the shore of a brine lake. They are so resilient, in fact, that I would expect the brine eaters and their variants might be found all across the ocean, each one grown from the smallest fragment of one original individual deep in the past of the planet. Okay. So, Vital signs unclear, foreign genetic material, rapid tissue growth, lots of errors. Alright. Monet is gone and she's left behind one hell of a... No. Did that one. Is Monet still Monet? What has this place done to her? I have barely been able to leave the medical level, though I dare not enter the surgery. Did she do this by choice? Those few moments on Calculus 62F, it was clear that Monet was struggling with something. We never spoke about it. But behind her intensity lay a frenzied self-doubt. She never talked about her family. All I knew that she was a rare spacer born out in the black on some orbital military base. Someday she wouldn't leave the berth, just curled up so small, staring silently out. Did she do this on purpose? Open up her suit and willingly slip into the deep? I suppose it doesn't matter here. Now, all I can do is monitor her. At least I'm not alone. So I've got 3 more entries. Do you think we will find life outside Earth anytime soon? I have no way of predicting that. Okay. Sample store. So I think we're past the area where we need a great deal of power. So let's stock up on oxygen instead. Okay. So brine pools. Let's try the lake. Apparently there's an island out in that lake. All right. Use another bubble. Going out into the lake, we want as much oxygen as possible. Also, there's a thing here that I don't know if we've been to yet. This might be the path out into the lake. Well, this is a path out into the lake. It means the shapes jet out from the pale brine like mountain peaks below clouds. Alright. Distant lights. Hearing sound. Follow shapes in the dark. Brine inlet. Listening bubble. Okay, that actually wasn't too bad. Okay. Take another sample. And replenish oxygen. What do we got here? Silt-like stone. Seeing the creature take dead remains of the brine pool and decorate itself with them, trophies of shell and bone. Glowing shape from the small blue pool at the edge of the lake's edge. A pale blue pulse is flashing. I swear I see lights blinking in the response out above the brine lake. So, this meager patch of high ground provides dreamlike respite from this milky water as strange creatures call across the lake. Okay, what can I see from here? Passage that probably connects to the pool we already saw. Baikal is the deepest lake in the world and the oldest as well. Okay. Oop, I need to scan this bit. Shed carapace. Small, smooth carapace sits between the pools, half sunk in sand. Could this island be a refuge for juvenile creatures? Let's take a sample. We don't know what it is, but it provides no resources whatsoever. That's fine, we still want to know. Young carapace. A stony carapace shed by a creature near the brine pools. Okay. Oxygen's looking decent. Okay. No further progress past this point. Brine shell. Right? Nope. Okay, back to the island. A lot of creatures are unique to the lake because of the isolation. Hundreds or thousands of plants and animals found nowhere else. Okay. See if we can get back across the lake now. What was that description? I swear I can hear the brine eating away at the suit. Okay. Top up oxygen. Let's see what else we can find. What's this again? I think we've already identified that. Listening bubble. Okay, and here, and up to here. And in this direction, I have not. Okay. Rise projects out towards the vast brine lake to the east, cutting between deep pools. Create a strip. Fast creature. These rapid swimming lobster-like creatures have dark shells with large translucent tails. How do they move so fast? These creatures are so fast, their dark coloring makes them hard to see, but let's keep track of them. Poisoned remains. Along the edge of the larger pools, the shells and skeletons of creatures loom out of the silt, victims to the toxic brine. Okay. Let's go this way first, I think. Okay, we've looped back to areas we've already identified, I think. Microbial mats. Yeah, we've been here before. We might have just about explored this area. Power's looking a bit iffy. That's probably gonna touch the pool a little bit. Okay. Cloudy pool. Sandy Rise. North Passage. Or Glowing Shape. I think we've already sampled the Glowing Shape, but guess I'll take another one just in case. Okay, so we've been in this area before. Empty crater. Isolated oasis. Alright. So there's the wreck up there. Okay. Glowing fan sample candidate. Okay. Bright fan. Significantly taller than the bloom fans, these creatures seem to favor the rocky substrate of the ocean floor's basalt pillars. Pale petals. Each of the wide petals has a pattern of stomata and stamen across the surface. From these, some kind of pollen is drifting out in clumps. Okay. I think we already had a fan sheath, but let's see. Okay, so we have 2 brine shells at the moment, so we can get a little bit of power from that. And what is this? Ah, something we don't know about yet. Okay. Ah, so that's the cutting torch then. Okay, this should lead to disable ROV. Okay. Power, oxygen. Let's see, was there any... Did we explore all the way up to the end of the wreck? I don't remember. There's nothing past here, right? Ah, one of these, though. Blue smears glow faintly on the remains pollen Strider's back. These bioluminescent creatures are chemical phenomena. If I can find one more of those, then I'll understand them better. What kind of sample is this? Fan sheath. I already have that. Okay. Now, the stone creatures seem to be associated with the lake. Presumably, they're up on stilts so that they can breathe. It is most definitely not. Alrighty. Anyway, yes, welcome MC2M to underwater. Okay. So this ends here. Very bad. Okay. Okay, that sample I already got. Alright. Turn to the ship, drop off the excesses. And the sensor caught Cobalt making shifty eyes rather than the stupid joke. Okay. Show it. There we go. Alright. I wonder if there's another place I can look for these shell creatures. And also the fans. There might be further lake to the other side, I suppose. Oh, we're at the ROV. That took a lot of power. Shifty says that MC2M's joke is so bad that even his dinner got salty. Can we see anything from over here? Into the brine pools. Okay. I'm trying to find if I can get a glimpse of one more of those shell things. Be like water, I will accept that. Okay, so we're back on this island. Can't go deeper, can we? No. Oop, hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna stand out in the middle of this toxic lake for a while. Dang it, it's out of range. Okay, hang out here for a little bit. Can I see it from here? Just barely. There we go, brine strider. Stilt-legged crab-like creature that clears the brine pool of dead remains, providing habitat for glowing life under the wide shell. I'll call these mournful creatures brine striders. They are walking lanterns calling out in the dark. Alright. Let's refill oxygen. See if there's anything I missed along the way to these brine pools. And then return to base. Looks like we're making our way back to that ridge now. Why we can't just go around that particular pool is beyond me. Okay, so now we're outside of this area. Looks like it's just a linear path back to where the ROV was. Yes, Cobalt. Open sands. Okay, I think we can return to base now. Do not pet the veils. You will die. Okay. Alright, biohazard lab. No, we have not analyzed these yet. Okay, fan sheath. Veil enemy. Okay, we don't... Not I found this one yet. Okay, Okay, Brian Strider. More Brian Strider. Deep pollen. Alright. Come on. Ah, so we had found this before, but we haven't found the animal to which it belongs, so we can't figure anything about, much about it. Okay, so the Brian Strider. They look like this. Grisly-looking things. Okay, extended gathering limbs, barbed lower legs, height range 4 to 6 meters, gather remains, bioluminescent bacterial beacon. Okay. So, brine striders are towering crab-like creatures that live among the brine pools. Their tall reed-like legs keep their carapace from the toxic waters that claim most other creatures. The bones and shells of the creatures that die to the brine pool adorn the striders' carapaces, pulled up from the brine by the pair of extending claws. Among these rocky piles, smears of bioluminescence glow blue. This pulsing life, whatever it is, finds shelter in the remains the striders collect. But why do the striders make these creatures at home in the first place? I am also curious how, if the striders are vulnerable to the brine, do adolescents reach the heights required to survive? In order to understand more about these obscure creatures, perhaps we need to analyze the growing brine-clogged remains they gather. Analysis of brine-clogged shell reveals a complex chain of chemical reactions. Among the chemical richness, a form of extremophile bacteria feeds on the brine's chemical traces. When the striders collect these remains, they also collect the bacterial colonies that live on them. Removed from the brine, but still feeding on the chemical-saturated shells and bones, these bacterial colonies produce a bright glow, a side effect of metabolism. Do the striders know that they are turning themselves into pale beacons? What is the nature of the relationship between these bacteria and the striders? I need to understand more about the life cycle of the strider and how they grow to such heights. Analysis of a juvenile strider's carapace paints an enigmatic but beautiful picture. The adornments of shell and bone only begin as the brine strider matures, each arrangement being the life's work of that individual. Though the striders often live apart from each other, it seems that they still communicate. Their adornment, once grow taller and brighter, act as beacons. They can signal for food, signal to mate, or they can keep company from afar. The gathering the remains of and their glowing bacterial colonies is a ritualistic process, a way for each of these large and ponderous creatures to create an identity within this ecosystem through a living, growing work of biological sculpture. Alright. Okay. Alright, so Ellery is currently up there, far away from the medical lab, which is a good idea, yes. Okay. So, what have I got right now? Oxygen. That will do. Alright. So, question. Do we move forward to the next ROV? Or do we move back to the bloom and see if we can get to its source? Because now we might be able to cut through that door. But if there is a sealed chamber there, which is from which the bloom seems to be emanating. Maybe we should not open that until we know more about what's going on. So let's go back to the Dusk Slopes and head to the north. Alright. Oh, I am sure we will be going back to the bloom. Don't you worry. Alright, let's see what's down here. Got life forms. Massive tentacles and growths unlike anything I've seen. It's difficult to understand the anatomy of the creature just by looking. What is that? Looks like a whole menagerie of creatures caught in a silken net. Might be a jellyfishy thing. Salt towers. I need to actually scan the thing. Shadow gap. In the shadow of the towers, there's a deep silence. Okay, wide gap. Pale passage. From between the towers, a pale blue light flickers over the rocks. Okay, we got more veils. Yay! So I'm not properly equipped for this. Veils reach out towards the black assault towers, flashing, emanating flashes of cyan light. More veils. We need to be careful. There has to be a way to find a path through. Possibly there's a sample. Gap is opened up between the veils, allowing passage between their gauzy bodies. Possibly there's something they will react to. Sample of some sort. Splitting veil. The veil is in the process of splitting away from the rest of its body. Is this how veils are born, or is this an injury? Unveils. Scan. Angle edge. Even on the far side of the tangle, the veil slides can be overwhelming, multiplying my shadow in all directions. There's another one of these things. Occasionally, this creature stops and unfolds its tentacles and chambers to cover a broad area of water. Is it hunting? Strobing veil. The closer this veil light is unbearably intense, its repeated patterns leaving ghosts on my retinas. Points of light. With the blinding veils behind me, I notice smaller pinpricks of light moving across the slope. There are other creatures here. Alright, let's go there. Okay. Lung crests over there, which suggests the presence of brine pools nearby. Water bulbs. Partially transparent egg-shaped creatures, they are feeded by filtering water. A strange sphere sits inside the iridescent interior. I'm calling these cryptic creatures water bulbs. Let's see what we can uncover about them back in the lab. Overgrown outcrop. This outcrop hides a wealth of life, from long-legged crawlers and filter feeders to blurred shapes which flit through the suit's lamps. Okay, we'll go there shortly. Past the strobing evil. We're going to have to go through the... Okay, I know we can make at least 2 trips through one of the veil sheets. Veil shimmers along the slope, marked by both the glittering lights and the dark remains of those creatures who were strayed too close. Alright. Oh. That's just another way around. Okay, so that was completely unnecessary. We just got stung by the veil for no reason. So, the east, the hazard of this ledge, the hazard is brine pools. This side, it's veils, by the look of it. Okay. Bright fan. Unlike the bloom fans, these deep-cut water variants are covered with a translucent sheath of mucus which protects their delicate spines. Pale petals. On closer inspection, these petals are solid growths, not fragile objects. They sit like thin tree stumps in the sand, each one its own wide stalk. Do not hug the veils. The huge curved fan glows with a warm bioluminescence. Waves of amber light pass up its considerable length. Ah, a sample. Alright. Fan sheath. We may have already... we've got like 3 of these, but we don't know what they belong to yet. Okay, cold fire bathers. These wide petal-shaped plants gather in groups and glow in the light of sea fans. Their pollen fills the water around each of them. I'm going to name these cold fire bathers. They seem to be strongly linked to the light of these fans. Deep oasis. The side of the arrangement of pulsing and glowing forms nestled into basalt is a sanctuary of life and warming light. What's that creature I saw? Dang it, it's gone off. What's this? Deep pollen. Got this already. Complex creature. Okay, we've seen that before. Ovular growths. Standing beside the cluster of egg-like forms, I can feel them filtering huge volumes of seawater and pulsing gulps. Downward slope away from the outcrop, the silty slope begins to descend again. And more veils. Oop. Fast creature. A better look at these creatures shows they are swimming with their rear legs while using their tails to propel themselves somehow. So, veil field. Large field of veils whose pale blue light appears unpleasantly cold in comparison to the warmth of the oasis. Large tangle of veil stretches out ahead, producing a cyan light that flickers in the dark. Okay. Veils here create a set of gauzy walls closing off the ocean around. Let's not go there right now. No wonder Minae's ROVs never return. These veils are everywhere. Like on Earth, they must rely on predation to survive this deep, where little sunlight reaches. Tangled veils. Veil clearing. Who knows how temporary these gaps in the walls of the veils are? We should make use of them while we can. Already scanned that one, apparently. Hypnotic lights. There's a beauty to being inside the field of veils, a song of light that makes it impossible to keep a sense of direction. Fortunately, I have a compass. I mean, it's not marked with any actual directions, but it stays oriented to a singular spot. Okay. Might clip the veil a little bit there. These loop veils are carrying a wave of light that passes from one individual to another and back again. What does this mean? Okay. Okay, I don't think we could... The veils seem to sit away from the basalt on the shelves, preferring to see themselves in the silty dark between the rocks. Can you take, like, a step to the left, Ellery? No, you can't. Right. Let's not pass through any more veils at the moment, because we don't have anything to recharge with. The avenue between the veils, flickering shapes caught in the suit's lamps, suggests other creatures make use of the safe passage too. Like city lights beyond a curtain, I can see the warm pinpricks of an oasis behind this waxy wall. Veils are coming together ahead. I hope this gap will remain open long enough for us to pass. Let's over this way. Okay. Tangle edge. Gap with the tightly knotted coils leaves the welcoming amber light of another oasis. A veil field past drifting sheets. Another pattern of light skirts around the edge of the tangle. A mutual predator to the veils, perhaps? Another pattern of light skirts around the edge. Okay. No, let's not go that way. That's a stupid way to go. Creature remains. This veil is hung with the tusks of its catches like dark clouds obscuring the starlit sky of its bioluminescence. Let's see. Okay. What can we sample from here? We'll get a bit of battery life back. So digested remains we have already studied, so we can just use those as biofuel. Meanwhile, aha! This will restore battery as well. And we got 2 of these back at the thing. So, to the oasis, I suppose. Alright. Glowing fan. Sample candidate. Fan shimmers with the waves of cold fire bathing the surrounding oasis in warm light. Okay, cold fire fan. Filter-feeding fans that beneath the mucus sheath pulse warm light, often surrounded by other creatures benefiting from their glow. I'll call these cold fire fans after those mesmerizing flame-like pulses. Okay. Is it a new sample? Fan sheath. No. But it will restore battery. So we can go north or south. Living outcrop. Tiny creatures crawl silently along the layers of dark rock, leaving behind small strange marks in the shallow silt piles. Another garden creature rooted in dark basalt shelf. A welcome break from the intensity of the Veil field. Sample of some sort here. Deep pollen. We're okay for oxygen. Okay. Over this. A creature. Complex creature. Need to find one more of those, I think. This looks like it's heading off towards that outcropping over there. Small burrow. Here's the outcrop in the white sand slope. A small burrow leads down. Eggs glint within. We can sample them there. Okay. Let's sample an egg. Beaded eggs. Okay. Basalt pillar. Fast creature. One more and we've got these. Right, more veils. Because of course there are. Shelf edge. Okay, now that I've got a way to restore my battery, at least a little. These pale pulsing creatures noticeable growths budding off from their central form. We could sample them here. Let's see. Did I already sample this? I don't think I did. No, I did not. There's 2 here. Okay. Oop. Fast creatures. Abyssal sail shell. Small dark creature with a large translucent tail shell allows them to move rapidly through the water, navigating the Veil Tangle safely. When calling these abyssal sail shells, those wide plates are instantly recognizable. There's another thing over there. There's more abyssal sail shells. Okay. Now, there was a bit of the veil that was cut off from the rest. Now that I have a little bit of spare battery power, let's go investigate it. Translucent shell. Some creature has shed or lost a segment of its tail shell here. Among this veils, it looks small enough to sample. Okay. Let's go here, so we only have to pass through one layer. Alright. Take sample. This is probably the shell of a one of the abyssal sail shells. Okay. Right. And now we're full up, so let's take these. Okay. We have not found the ROV yet. Okay. We can make it through this wall. I wonder. Ovoid buds. It's possible that there's a way to retract these things. Or cause them to flee or something. what's in this spot again? Deep pollen. Okay. Let's keep moving, see if we can find that ROV. More veils. Rapturous joy. Veils are reaching towards this point in the ocean floor like vines seeking the sun. Okay. Veil field. Veils on each side are mimicking each other, both in shape and pattern. Their pulsing lights playing a mirror game. Veil waste pile bodies of creatures that were trapped in the veils lie piled in the silt. Veils must pass them here from tangle to tangle. Volcanic shelf. Large basalt pillar sits on the shelf. Its dark skin textured by the lights of the nearby tangle. Okay. Deep oasis. Now, sample candidate, presumably more of the, what you call it? Pollen? Yes. Actually, the... Excuse me. Okay. I can't request link. Okay, I was just attacked by something. Right, Deep Orrery. Alright, let's see. I do not have a whole lot of power right now. That's oxygen. Okay, that was not actually useful. I can proceed there, but I don't think I should with this small amount of battery power left. Okay, so I need to be on the lookout for things that will attack me. Far side of the veil field, this outcrop sits silently dappled with warm pockets of light. Need to find the ROV. Ocular growths. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, what's this? Digested remains. Okay, let's get rid of that. Take some digested remains, because those will restore battery power a little bit. What do I keep getting this beeping about? Let's see. Oh, wait. I have these. I can restore battery like that. Okay. Alright, let's push this way. Might be able to get to the, to another oasis there. There are probably samples there that I can use to refill the battery. It's down here. So there's something up around there that attacks me. Not friend thing. Okay. Among the hypnotic patterns, the veil's other lights move, pinpricks like LEDs shifting in loose orbit around an unseen body. Veil loop. A group of loop veils output the same pattern in an ornate game of call and response. They're communicating with each other. I'm not going down there right now because I'd have to pass through a veil. Then it turns back on itself, revealing new paths into the interior. Okay. Drop the middle tangle, the lights dimmer, the sickening, shifting sensation is lessened. I'm starting to think there's some sort of battle for territory between these veils. They search for the best spots to cast their nets. Twisted veils. Narrow gap. Veil corner. Two veils meet here, but through their translucent skin, I can see the dark shape of an outcrop. Or, unlike the other outcrops, this dark rock is being invaded by the veils, subsumed by the tangles. Okay. Glistening object. Okay, something's clouded in purple glints in the silt beyond the veil. It looks small enough to sample whole. The veils are encroaching on its position. The outcrop holds on against them. Okay, remember that there's stuff over here, but let's not do that until we can come back with full energy and stuff to replenish it. Hold on, there's a way through there. Narrow gap. Two veils that look like they have recently split present a narrow gap in this maze. Okay. Vector clear. Yep, we need to actually scan the things. This is such an awkward system. Ah, translucent shell. Shell fragment gleams among the large number of semi-digested husks dumped. The veil was small enough to sample. Veil clearing. Another piece of territory yet to be claimed by the strange patterns of the veil field. Okay. Okay, I've been on that side already. Yeah, I imagine it would be quite the sight. Okay, I already had one of those. That's fine. Tangle edge. The veils part, looping back towards their fellow tangles. I need to find that ROV so I can save the progress here. Glowing garden. Okay. Yep, need to actually do this. Okay, glowing fan. Okay, sample candidate. Fan sheath. That. We'll restore battery. And I don't need two of these right now. Okay. Deep oasis. Fading petals. Cobalt says the rocks. He thinks the rocks overrun by Veils where the ROV is. Maybe the Veils are interested in it, so that's why they act so strange. Maybe, or maybe that's more like a Veil nesting ground? It's hard to say with this sort of thing. Deep pollen is not useful right now. Assault pillar. Veil field. Dying Veil. Twisted back on itself, this veil is being eaten away by creatures. Its defensive ability is neutered. We could sample some tissue here. Okay. Good. Alright. Large tangle. The veils interact with intersect strips of bioluminescence flower, creating bright folds in the gossamer material. I'm guessing that thing up there. But I have to pass through this veil. Okay, after the last veil of dark returns. Push through. Dark water outside the reach of the veils. The cool dark water. Cool water is a welcome change from the incoherent patterns of the lights. Yeah, I imagine it would be. In video games, I certainly enjoy it. We seem to be through. No more veils ahead. Okay, unlike the other three outcrops, this one is free of life. Is proximity to the veils vital for the other colonies' coexistence? Rock shelf. Another shelf appears out of the dark, but nowhere on its surface can I see the warm glow of a fan. Here we go. Disabled ROV. We should still be able to use the transmission core to reach the base. Okay. Here, in the middle of an outcrop, the outcrop on an ROV. This one was carrying supply cache, too. We can recharge and refill our oxygen. Let's access this map data. Open up the terminal when you are ready. Alright, power, oxygen. Let's have some map data. Okay. Seems like this ROV was disabled by the veils, like the other one. This can't be right. The mapping scans report a large physical anomaly just north of here. From the data, it looks like a structure. That's impossible. Maybe the veils fried the sensors? Either way, we should go check it out. Okay, let's return to base first, drop off this stuff, and get some supplies. So maybe there were survivors from that crash. Okay. Med bay still as it was. Right. Okay, cold fire fan taxonomy updated. Go away, Emma McBride. There we go. Hide user. Multiple taxonomy entries updated, huh? There we go, okay. Abyssal sail shell updated. Veil tissue. Ovoid bud. Tail segment. There we go. Alright, what do we got? Abyssal sail shell. Looks like this. Translucent sail plates, shell markings, nutrient sweepers, swimming limbs. Okay, observation. These shelled creatures with their large translucent tails are surprisingly fast for animals of their kind. Occasionally spotted weaving between veils in the deep, they use this speed as a way of evading the slow-moving tangles. They are also dark in color and small, making them a difficult target for other creatures that might hunt them. They use the modified back legs, the wide oar-like shapes, to both propel themselves and make rapid turns. But the most distinctive of all their features is the large translucent tail, which stands like a crest behind them. From my observations, the tail seems to be a form of propulsion for the sail shells, but until I can inspect a fragment of one in more detail, this cannot be confirmed. So after finding a segment from the sail shell's tail, it seems obvious that these creatures use their tail for propulsion. Rather than flapping them like a flipper, the sail shells use their tails to catch currents and allow the flow of water to propel them through the deep ocean. Their tails and the rest of their shells are incredibly light, which means that even a mild flow is enough to grant them significant speed. This may also be why they follow the same paths. Their propulsion is best suited to using currents where they can find them, rather than choosing their own route. But why travel back through dangerous veil territory over and over? Perhaps a look at a full sail shell, even a larval one, could help us understand this. After analyzing a clutch of beaded sail shell eggs and inspecting their anatomy, I've started to understand their behavior. Larval sail shells are already forming modified limbs with thin, thread-like whisks on them. These limbs move so fast when the sail shell is swimming that they can't be seen, but in the dormant eggs they are clearly visible. These whisks allow the sail shells to feed by catching small larval creatures as well as any other particles of nutrients found in the water. This must be what the sail shells are doing when they follow their carefully selected paths back and forth through the water. It is also likely the sail shells attract, trap, and produce tiny particles that the sail shells feed on, hence their close proximity. The result for sail shells is a very risky feeding pattern. Beautiful creature? Yeah, I suppose so. Okay. Meanwhile, we got the cold fire fans. So these tall fan-shaped filter feeders can be found in the deep ocean of at least 667 cc, where they glow with a distinctive warm bioluminescence. The centerpiece of the deep ocean's oases of life, cold fire fans, and their flame-like pulsing light attract many other creatures to live around them. How this benefits the fan isn't precisely clear, but there are many possibilities, including defense and sustenance. Although the fans themselves do not lack in defenses, as unlike smaller and paler fans which can be found in the bloom, cold fire fans have a sheddable mucus sheath which stops them becoming overgrown with other plants and creatures. Sampling and analyzing these sheaths might give some further insight into the role they play in the fan's eating habits. So, getting hold of a cold fire fan sheath has brought many other samples with it. The sheath itself is covered in pollen, microbiological colonies, and even fecal matter. It seems that the sheath acts as a barrier for a large particle, blocking them from reaching the fan's spines, while the smaller particles pass through and are digested by the fan. The fan's light is then a beacon, specifically intended to bring creatures into its glow, benefiting the fan with the resulting increase in particles in the local area. The sheath stops this from becoming overwhelming for the fan, and can be shed in order to protect it. The pattern of the fan's light remains a mystery, though. Why does each individual display different pulses and waves at different times? Okay, I need a tissue sample for that. Okay, so the snare veil. Velum laquidus. Snare veil is a unique soft-bodied creature that resembles a thin sheet of silk studded with lights, found in tangles of multiple individuals. Oh, I've already read this. Okay, so, sketch. Bioluminescent patterning, high-density folded veil section. Exposed electrocyte, neural web, digestive cells. Okay, theories. Having sampled the dying veil, analysis of the tissue demonstrates what a unique creature a snare veil is. Its tissue is threaded through with powerful neural connections, lined with a digestive surface like the interior of an animal intestine, and coated with a layer of light-emitting cells. It is as if a single creature had been turned inside out and rolled out until it was a flat plane, millimeters thick. A snare veil is a totally distributed form of life, with no centralized brain, stomach, or other organs at all. It is self-same in its entirety. Any piece resembles any other. What we saw as a dying veil might have been purposely separating itself, as each piece of a veil could grow another tangle. No wonder they have dominated portions of the sea floor. Okay. And water bulbs. Water bulbs are pale, soft, egg-shaped creatures with transparent sections of their outer membrane. Water bulbs filter water through their interiors, which are hollow apart from a single gelatinous sphere which sits at their center. Their anatomy is so unique that it is difficult to understand exactly what these incredible passive creatures are doing. They seem to have small, stump-like legs at their base for stability, but it is unclear if they can use them to move. Water bulbs seem to simply sit and filter water while bathing in a pale light at the edge of the fan oases. No, you cannot pet the veil. Perhaps we can understand more by analyzing the petal pollen and other particles that seem to absorb when filtering oasis water. Okay. So analysis, the petal pollen, which reveals them to be water bubbles with a skin of waste matter, fails to add much more to our understanding of the water bulb. It's clear that they gain nutrients and perhaps some of the oxygen housed in their interior from the consumption of the pollen, but unlike the glowing fans, they don't seem to be reliant on it. Instead, they display a surprising level of passivity while absorbing and filtering much of their local environment. They seem to be without predators or prey and are ignored by many other life forms. I've noticed that some species have buds, small growths which suggest they are growing colonies of themselves to reproduce. Perhaps by carefully sampling one of these buds, we might get a miniature picture of the water bulb's anatomy. So, analyzing the water bulb bud has provided an important insight into their anatomy. The bulbs themselves are mostly hollow, with only a thin membrane filling with pores, separating them from the water around. The interior side of this membrane is iridescent, lined with hexagonal crystals of guanine, producing an effect like the eye shine seen in terrestrial cats, sharks, and other creatures, but on a much larger scale. These crystals reflect light onto the sphere at the center of the bulb, which is in fact a huge and impossibly complex compound eye. This eye can see a broad spectrum of light, including UV and IR, with at least 36 different photoreceptor types. What are these water bulbs observing, and why are they so passive? Just the thought of their total vision makes me nervous around their presence. So this thing. So the gelatinous thing in the center is an eye, iridescent material layer, thin external membrane, transparent windows, stabilizing leg stump. Okay. So the deep orrery. Orreries are complex masses of polyps, tentacles, and other structure that form a web-like structure that swims as one. Are they cameras? Who knows? Unlike a terrestrial jellyfish, orreries appear to be asymmetrical, with marked differences between individuals. Many of their orbiting sections are thin, blade-like membranes, but structures that resemble strings of translucent pearls, thread-like tentacles, and bulbous polyps also make up a large part of their bodies. Each orrery has a central mass, which is protected by a series of cloud-like soft membranes, twisted around each other like a rose. Close encounters with orreries have shown them to be dangerous hunters, capable of tangling up and shocking their prey into submission. They also deploy shocks as a defensive measure when faced with larger creatures, like me. Perhaps further study of their prey might help. So that's what I encountered, one of the deep orreries. That's what shocked me. Okay, so it's not that they're coming after me, it's just when they encounter me. Okay. Having analyzed tissue from the orrery's agile prey, we can begin to understand their behavior. Unable to match other creatures for speed, orreries seem to rely on the dangers presented by the deep-sea veils, beside which they are often found. Veils funnel cautious creatures in the orrery's nets, while the orreries themselves don't seem to be affected by the veils and are able to traverse them easily. Perhaps the two have a symbiotic relationship, hunting together in a mutually beneficial manner. Outside of this, the orreries appear to be mostly lone hunters, and I have seen no social interactions between individuals. But what exactly is an orrery? I'd like to understand more about their strange, uneven forms. Perhaps a polyp that had been shed might provide details in their anatomy. Vaguely like Portuguese man-o'-war, yeah. Okay, cold fire bathers. Pale, thick-stalked trefoil plants found the deep gleeps of the plant's ocean. The only specimens currently identified have all been found gathered around glowing fans, basking in their warm light. This suggests that the bathers are photosynthesizing this bioluminescence in order to live, and therefore cannot live outside the sustaining glow of the fans. This has a knock-on effect for other life, as groupings of bathers then attract other creatures, perhaps to feed on or hide within them. Bathers are also seen to produce a type of pollen made up of small particles that float on the deep water currents. This may well be seasonal or rare event that my visits just happen to coincide with, or a constant state. Further study of this pollen would be desirable. So analysis of the bather pollen has shown that they are released around bubbles of oxygen, a waste product of the plant's photosynthesis. These bubbles are surrounded with a layer of pollen particles, which weighs them down so they do not immediately rise to the surface. Instead, these bubbles drift through the water near the bather and in many cases settle on the nearby fan. The fans then consume these bubbles, absorbing both the oxygen and the pollen along with anything else which reaches them. This direct exchange of energy and nutrients makes the fans and the bathers closely linked, a strong bond formed under the principle of mutual gain. So we need a root sample. Alright. So. Need stuff that will increase battery. Spark colonies. Take 2 stock segments. One more spark colony. Okay. Alright, that should be plenty of battery. Okay, dive map. So, there's stuff here and south of the thing. Alright, got it. Right. Let's go investigate. And then we can go figure out what's up with that, anomaly. Slope continues its irresistible descent toward the distant abyssal plain. Okay, we've been here. Plus we have. Excuse me. Purple thing near the veils. Let's see. Where even was that? Okay, what's this? Digester remains. It's only worth 10%, so... the area I thought was a nesting area, where the veils get all tightly tangled. Okay. Deep pollen. Okay, sampling available. What do we got here? Fan sheath. Already got that analyzed, but you can recharge the battery. Exposed roots. Okay, petals here have been had the roots dug up by some creature. We could take a sample of them here. Okay. Alright, there's one of the orreries. Okay. Right, tangle. Living veils have formed a close perimeter around the outcrop, but they seem to be keeping their distance. Alright. Make our way to the other outcrop, which is down there, I believe. Maybe. Yes, Cobalt. What is your question? No, this is not the way I needed to go. Let's see. Take the ovoid bud, though, for additional battery. Okay. I would say that no, that is not normal. I mean, popping sounds normal, sure, but that does not sound normal, no. Let's see. Ah, yes, the glistering object. Something clouded and purple glints the silt. Beyond the veil, it looks small enough to sample whole. Okay. This is going to involve 2 separate contacts, I think. Alright. What do we got here? Shed polyp. Polyp from a colonial life form lost on the ocean floor. Okay. Pass back through. And down to here. Fading fan. A wilted fan faintly pulses while spines of its body are broken away, still faintly glowing in the silk. We could sample them here. Okay. There we go. So this did not seem anything particularly nesty for the veils. Okay. So what is this? Glowing spine. Okay. Let's head back to base and analyze these samples. Alright. To this lab. Analyze. Petal root. Shed polyp. And glowing spine. Okay. Alright. Cold fire fan. Looks like this. Internal light receptors, mucal sheath layers, bioluminescent structure, spine structure, filtering sheath. Okay. So, theories. Analysis of the cold fire fan we acquired shows that a fan's spine we acquired shows that fans not only possess light-producing cells, but also light receptors too. These incredibly sensitive cells are found in the front of the fan, and they show the fans are capable of perceiving the lights of other creatures, including their own fans. As each fan tends to its own oases, perhaps the fans use the lights as territorial markers, signaling to other fans that their basalt column is taken. They may even use them to communicate with other species, responding to flashing patterns of veils, for example, and letting them know not to approach their territory. Like lighthouses, cold fire fans seem to act as both safe havens and warning signals, depending on the creature they are signaling. Okay. The orrery looks like this. So medusoid polyp, developing polyp, rows of membranes, developed polyp with an electrolyte crest. Okay. So these are constantly budding off of themselves by the look of it. Okay. Yes, that. It's horrific. Analysis of an orrery polyp has demonstrated that they are indeed colonial creatures. They appear to be made up of both specialized animals of the same species and different creatures of different species. Based on this, the orreries may need to be reclassified, though that would require extensive study and equipment I don't have access to. What I can say about the orreries is that each one seems to have specialized in its own growth based on its requirements. Many of the zooids that are part of the colony are able to shift between medusoid, didactylozoid, tentaculozoids, and gastrozoid forms with incredible speed, depending on whether the colony needs to focus on propulsion, feeding, defense, or digestion. This makes each orrery a complex social and biological structure, like a floating city rather than a lone hunter. Okay, so medusoid, so the snaky things. Dactylozoids, so like finger graspers. Tentaculozoids, so tentacles or digestive forms. Okay. Alright. Taxonomy. Okay, cold fire bathers. They look like this. Excuse me. Pollen producing stamen, pollen release pollen bubble, thick anchored stem. Okay. Alright, taxonomy. Right, yeah, let's just look at this. Okay. Right, got that already. Sample we acquired of the bather root network shows the presence of bulbs within their root network. These bulbs appear to be a way of the bathers storing the energy gained from their photosynthesis of the fan's bioluminescent light. Concealed in the rocky cracks and the silty substrate of the seafloor, this must allow bathers to outlive fans which die off or stop producing light. Okay. This suggests that despite appearances, it is not the fans which maintain the bathers, but the other way around. The bathers then, despite appearing like worshippers of the fans clustered around their bases, create the conditions for the fans to grow within, ensuring themselves a regular supply of light in exchange for oxygen. In a sense, the fans are their captives. Okay. Alright. Okay, what have I got in... Okay, let's put one of the spark things away. Okay, now we have 4 bits of oxygen. Let's go check out the anomaly. Okay. Oh, need to actually scan it. Okay, past the shelf, there's only the dark of a descending slope. Dark water, there's nothing here but silt flickering in the seat's headlamps. Nope, no, I want it to move. Some strange geometric rocks sit in the dark. What are these formations? Okay. Unknown structure. A huge flat structure bedded in the seafloor. Could Manet have built this? What are we looking at here? Appears to be some kind of shaft cut into the bedrock. Can't see the bottom. Who made this? Looks like it's been here far longer than anything else. Yawning black shaft that descends into the seafloor. An anomaly that must be solved. Alright, down we go. So, no. Something tells me that Manet did not make this. Okay. An open shaft. The suit's lamps reveal 2 dark holes on opposite sides of the shaft. Their torn edges thick with crimson rust. collapsed room. The compartment's filled with sand and rocks, which looks like collapse to the entrance to the collapsed ceiling. Bent entryways bulging in like the interior quarter of some huge creature's distended body. Okay. We have life forms here. Pale polyp, almost motionless. Polyp with its waving cilia is anchored to the metal plating. Its pale flesh is red in color. These pale creatures are scraping patterns into the walls. What are they? Let's see if we can find out. Okay, sand-chugged room. Sand drifts soft in the metal room. On the far wall, strange spirals glint in the headlamps. The pale creatures obsessively trace their patterns. And across the other side... cannot proceed. Okay. Alright, down we go. There's clearly something over there, but we can't get to it from here. Entry seal. Huge round doorway sealed by thin metal security iris, the plates of which are furred with orange rust. Okay, so we'll have to cut our way through. Okay, it's some kind of facility. What was happening down here? It's pretty big. Why would someone bury this place so deep? We have to get inside. We can use the torch to cut through this seal. Fire it up. Alright, torch. Prime. Which requires battery power. Okay, ignite. Okay. Breach corridor. The sand rock fills one side of this passageway. Dark holes in the walls and ceiling reveal layers of eaten away piping and ducts. Okay. Entry hall. Skeletal remains of rusted machines. Uh-oh. The colors have changed. Red sediment. The water is filled with red flakes catching in the lamps. Okay. Walls rusted have... Right. We are now losing oxygen. I didn't bring any. This place is huge. How the hell was it built down here? There's very little oxygen for the rebreathed cycle here, so we were running on reserves. Let's move. Okay. Derelict vehicle, eaten away. Frame of vehicle lies outside the lock. It cannot be twisted to open and fused in place. Okay, large open lock leads in the depths of what appears to be a corporate archaeology. What secrets have been buried in this place? Okay. Both doors of the massive main lock sit open. The entire archaeology must be flooded. Scanning here. User X-Tor dive recorder observations. Massive breach. Life support will fail in 2 hours. Is there anyone from Baikal on this channel? Please respond. End. Okay, so this was a Baikal facility. Broken by low buildings, partitioned away from space. Were they offices, homes? Buried concourse. Vast volume of archaeology lies ahead. Piled with rock and sand. Drowned in this dark ocean. Okay. These are Baikal markings. What was an exoplanet extraction corp doing here? I worked for Baikal. Renee worked for Baikal. They built the suit. They built the base. They mine exoplanets, get helium from gas giants to help drive forward humanity's expansion. They discovered life. We would have known. Everyone would have known, unless something happened here. Something they didn't want anyone to know about. I see... life forms over here. Here we go. Pale polyp. Scans suggest the creature is eroding the surface below through its cilia, absorbing nutrients from the oxidizing metal. Sample candidate. Okay. That gives a little bit of oxygen and a little bit of battery power. So what are we gathering? Spiral secretions. Narrow passage, thick knots of wires strung between angular buildings, ducts and pipes poked through the pockmarked metal plates. The whole facade of this building has been torn away through the rough shapes of metal furniture and tools lying in the sand. This seems like more than just some sort of accidental depressurization. Buried desk. Breached wall. Buckled by pressure and corrosion. Okay, what do we got here? E. Harrison. Deep retrieval needs more repairs. They need to stop pushing so hard. The artificers aren't going anywhere. Okay, Monet mentioned something about the artificers as well. So she must have had access to some of Baikal's logs. Say again. Constant did what? Jesus Christ. Harrison, Site 2 is breached. Power is spiking. Site 2, huh? That's probably why she stole that thing. This entire corner of the room is piled with tons of rocks and sand, leading to a gaping hole in the arcology ceiling above. Fused machines, angular shapes of heavy machinery are everywhere. The delicate parts fused by corrosion in complex, thick-veined patterns. Let's see. Scan. Okay, move. Let's see. I got this one already, right? Yes. So we're looking for a Constantin. Machine room, lines of fabricated suggest this, and machines suggest some sort of machine room for the repair and maintenance of the arcology. Salt-choked entry, loose wires hang across the doorway, clumps of fragile lumps of silt, like tumorous growths. What if the aliens' life cycles require living beings from beyond? That would explain what's happening to Monet. I find that unlikely. An automated transport sled loaded with crushed storage cases just unevenly out of the sand. I mean, I have nothing to specifically disprove it, but I have nothing to suggest that that is the case yet. We already know that that there is DNA rewrites at work. And there are lots of things in this place are symbiotic in some form. That would be my first explanation of what happens to Monet. Passage to the northwest of the college blocked by a huge rock slide with boulders strewn across the concourse. Sandy clearing in all directions, huge sand drifts among the dark. Dark among them, the shapes of crippled buildings resemble the remains of a desert city. So there's something up there. Alright. Okay, massive breach. Life support will fail in 2 hours. Is there anyone from... Okay, we read this already. Sealed alleyway. Alleyway cuts between piles of sand and loose rocks. Sealed up with security iris after the breach. Okay. Prime. And ignite. Not necessarily sabotage. They could have just, you know, delved too greedily and too deep and all that stuff, and set off some sort of process. Let's see. Didn't I read this one already? Okay. Dive recorder. Site 2 is silent. There's nothing from Orphalos. Site 1 is off the grid. Where are the rescue teams? Ah, these are dive recorders. So, these are where people died, basically. Break room, tables, disorder rows of chairs. This had to be where they ate, when they spoke. How many were there? Okay, chairs lying in disarray. What happened here? What, was it sudden or slow creeping realization that everything was about to end? Okay. Pop's flesh recoils the barest hint of pressure, but no further movement or response occurs. Okay, Jones. Nothing from Orphalos. Their feet just cut out. We're being erased here. Baikal is pulling the plug. Heavy drift, sand slopes down from tables and chairs from breach in the wall. It's not hard to imagine witnessing the breach. Disobedience will be reported. Consider your next action carefully. We're dead and buried here. Okay, work boots. Forever work boots lie quietly in the corner, overflowing with silt. Okay. The Orpheus is going down. What are they doing to my ship? We are leaving now. Okay, so maybe this is not where people, exactly where people died. These are records that are, for some reason, scattered here. Okay, At about 3/4 oxygen. I don't want to use up another one of the things. The secretions. I might need to turn around and come back with more oxygen. So not only did the not only was there a breach here, but the ship crashed. These gaps smashed through when the archaeology was breached, or were they part of the slow process of rust and decay? Was the ship crash what caused the, base breach, or something else going on here? Okay. I'm sorry, Isabel, for what we did here. Isabel, huh? Ruined berths among these sanders that fill these shapes of tiered bunks. This is where they slept. Let's go this way really quick. Pale polyp. Each per week. Metal plates here are marked with elaborate spiraling patterns. Slow mason. Slow colorless polyps around the side of the archaeology ruins. They trace spirals around the metal remains of the facility feeding off of it. I'll call these slow masons for their great careful glacial etching into the archaeology's walls. They're hypnotic. Okay. Okay, sample candidate. I think when I get down to about 1/3 oxygen is when I need to return to the surface. Means a workshop or office filled with sand and rock, twisting metal plates hanging from bent frames. Bent desk. Baikal branded mug holds a pile of rotting paper from drifting away. Blocked corridor. We have a record here. No one is coming to dig us out. Constantin has cost us everything. The entry hall just breached. This is it. End. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the battery back up a bit. This place isn't a facility, it's a city. How many more died here? Those without dive quarters, those buried under rock and sand. Makes my skin crawl. Door of the berth is slid back, revealing sand-choked beds, the arcology's occupants. Crew quarters. Decomposing clothes, a single glove, a pair of round, clouded glasses. Okay. I already got that one. Going to get some shut-eye. First year engineering shift is in 4 hours. See you in 3. Why is this not being consistently marked as complete? Alright. Decrypting. I lied to get here, Kai, now I'm going to pay for it. What do you mean? This isn't even my real name. Decrypting. You don't know that, Jason. They are coming for us. No one is coming. We both know that. Alright. Sand drifts. Behind the crew quarters, huge pipes sit against the wall surrounded by sand. What was powering this place when it was in operation? Perhaps a geothermal plant very deep below. Collapsed tunnel. Shattered atrium. Octagonal atrium was clearly once lined with glass and filled with water. An aquarium at the heart of this facility. Inside, brain coral, Earth-originating species of coral from families Mustidae and Merulinidae. They feed both through photosynthesis and filtering. Hard coral, earthborn corals, these polyps build environments for themselves through the calcareous material deposits their exoskeletons. Broken pipe. Looks like it exploded outwards, taking glass atrium while with it. Buried office, prime view of the atrium. This had to be the office of someone important within the arcology. Now it's just another derelict room. Okay. Decrypting. I understand, sir. No, we are prepared to follow erasure protocols. The site is already sealed, with all hands present. Okay, so, So it was deliberately sealed off. They weren't trapped in here by an accident. They were trapped in here on purpose. Who was this? This was Bitiev. Sealed crates. Metal boxes sit on pallets abandoned mid-transit. What were they moving in and out of this place? The fans seem to have a symbiotic relationship with the corals. It consumes their spawn, and they absorb the fans' lights. Well, that's the... Yeah, we've already got one of those. Let's go in here. What else is in here? A lot of stuff is in here. Brain coral, hard coral, central atrium. Derelict atrium reaches upwards, sculpted rock towers rising in the dark. Use it to reach the upper levels. Decorative rocks, basalt towers brought from the slopes above to decorate the aquarium. A reminder for the occupants of the ocean above their heads. Okay, we'll go there in a second. Alright. Haha! YouTube, the censor's finally catching up to the spam bots. So take that, spam bots. Hold on, what was there to sample here? Anything useful? Fan sheath. Battery power. Let's go ahead and use that. Okay. We're at about 2/3 oxygen right now. Sealed crates. Through here. Cave in. Oh, no, we already read that. Bright corals. Walls here covered in spiraling patterns. Obscure lexicon written in glistening trails of mucus. Bright patterns. Okay, we can get some more oxygen here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Almost full up now. Okay. It seems likely to me now that there should be enough oxygen in this place that we can navigate it safely. Okay. Broken through an existing cave complex deep beneath the ocean floor. Deep tunnels. How deep do these caves lead? Okay, maybe we want to go up before we go down. Because in games about the ocean, down is usually the direction where the plot lies. Pale skin. Large molted skin is piled in the corner of a cave. Fragments of it drifting away across the sand. What creature left us here? Alright. Okay. Molted skin. These are more slow masons. No, this is the end of this way. Alright. Let's go to the upper levels of the atrium then. See what there is to be seen. Alright. Up. Alright. This is pretty significant, actually. 8 broken windows stare out the atrium into the upper floors, where the white paneled walls resist the rust. At the top of this basalt pillar is a miniature statue of Baikal suit who stands heroically. What was this place? Struts supporting the window have corroded away. They're uncoated metal now furred with rust. Let's go this way first. Broken glass. The aquarium glass of the atrium is shattered, leaving only glinting shards of it in the orange rust-stained silt. Alright. What do we got? Bendaic. I'm sure it's just a standard security drill, Mr. Fidanza. We'll be able to return you to the other shareholders shortly. So one of the shareholders was here, and I'm sure he died. Okay. Financial implications are massive. We have never even come close to achieving this level of computation before. Around the atrium, some of the seated areas remain flooded with sand. It's easy to imagine lab techs meeting here on their lunch. Ceiling is given way above the lab's second entrance, filling with rock and sand. It's a full facility destroyed, buried, erased. What was this? What Monet was looking for in the deep of the ocean? But how did she even know it was here? Probably from that thing she stole from Baikal on the planet you were with. I feel like I'm swimming through other people's secrets. Cobalt says, you went rogue, destroyed the facility, and ended up in the suit? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Rusted shut. These hulking metal containers must have carried engineering suits or fabricators. Baikal was building something. Okay, what's this way? Let's see. I'm not seeing any more oxygen, any more life forms around here, so... No, I read that already. Fused window. Crippled metal shuttle has rusted over the hole left by the broken window. A security measure which in the end meant nothing. Actually, that looks like a big place, which... Okay, so I'm guessing the plot is that way. They were probably turning this into a second Earth. Well, it's an ocean planet. Biohazard boxes, spit load of biohazard containers in a faded but unmistakably neon yellow. What was happening here? Sand drift. Guessing somebody was killed by the glass here. We owe to the artificers nothing. We can't even prove their sentience. They're a material one Baikal has every right to exploit. Okay, so the things that Monet referred to these as artificers were almost certainly an intelligent life form. Okay, and I'm guessing they produced some sort of resource that that Baikal wanted. Either that, or they were using them as some sort of living computers. Sand drifts. Okay, broken wall. Mineral skeletons. Okay. Ornate geometric skeletons like those found in the Bloom, and they call them artificers. What are they doing down here? Cave entrance, dark and rough slit behind the panels, leads into the bedrock of the planet. Did they have a war against the Stalks? I don't know about a war exactly, but... Fractured cave. Creatures come and go here. Is this source the initial breach? Right, this way plot lies, I think, so... Yeah, lung crest here. Glistening bubble. Ah, that's oxygen. Okay. Broken panels. Cave and room emerged here, so it's hard to tell from one from the other. Was this the cave here before the breach? Okay. So. Oh yeah, I need to remember that if necessary, I do have this bubble here. Okay, forgot about that. Battery is getting a bit low. But I still have Spark Colony and one of these molded skins that I can spare. Wait, there's a sample here. Oh, the mineral skeletons. Artificer skeletons. They were using them, harvesting. Dang it, spots! The equipment here, they were building something, slicing and etching the artificer skeletons. But what? Can these geodesic spheres really be valuable enough to build a whole arcology around? And then bury it? I bet these are Baikal spam bots. Okay, collapsed panels. Half the lab is drowned in sand, and the etcher ripped apart by collapse. This place was almost totally buried, wiped from existence. Let's see. We have to power down. If the shielding is breached, it could blow out the whole facility. Start shutdown now. Protect the specimens. These skeletons alone are able to correlate millions of quadbits. They are irreplaceable. Okay, so these things were being used as living computers. Maybe that's what I am. Sealed cups still sit on the surface. Stylus is buried in layers of silt. Hardware corded into lumpen piles. If I'm able to interface, if Artificer Skeleton's able to interface with the computers, that might explain me. This was a computing lab. All these machines are for hardware fabrication. Atomic etcher. That looks like some sort of containment thing. Lab rocks. Why didn't these locks? Why didn't these close when the arcology was breached? Were they opened afterwards? Or the lockdown overridden somehow? Lab entry. Security locks lie wide open, giving clear view of the laboratory equipment beyond. Entry and walkway. Northern Lab. Complex's main lab. Fade and Baikal markings explain procedures for entry and decontamination. Okay, I'm guessing that's where the plot comes from then. Plot is then. So let's go south first. Because everybody knows in video games you do everything else before you do the main plot. Otherwise you'll miss it. You'll have a chance to miss it. Okay, so collapsed corridor. Sandy concourse, huge slabs of rock falling here, erasing the boundary between the lab and the dark caves surrounding it. Cave in. Buried lab. Entirety of this room is lost beneath layers of sand. Bars of metal broken, like bent, broken ribs, poke out of the drift. Biohazard boxes, acid yellow containers shine brightly in the suit's lamps, streaks of rust. They have sealed with time. Alright. Okay, that's sealed, suggesting sand piles against the barrier are sealed by the emergency override when the arcology was breached. In one of these directions lies the main plot. I'm going to go in the direction that's not sealed first. Okay. Alright, we have to go. Alright. Okay. Alright, see you, Shifty. This is also sealed. Okay. Between an unnamed sealed thing and a main lab sealed thing, I'm going to guess the plot lies in the main lab. Just wasting battery power going back and forth. Let's see. Battery. Might as well use this now. All right. Ceiling the entry hall is partly collapsed. Grid worker girder is bent and rusted. Rusted platform. Wrecks and rocks line the shadows and silt. Ah, we can go down from here. But where to? Have we already been here? I didn't know we could go up from here. Okay, fine. So this just looped us. Okay, so this is just a quicker way back from where we were. Okay, good to know. So, the main lab probably lies in the main. The main plot probably lies in the main lab. See what they were figuring out. So they wanted the huge computational to use the huge computational power of the artificers, which were totally living sentient beings, and corporations. But what were they trying to calculate? NFTs, maybe? Maybe stock market stuff? Okay. Prime the torch. Ignite. Oxygen is looking not so great. Okay. This is mucus bubble. Let's go ahead and use that. Okay, shattered doorway. Violently shattered by the breach, breaking open what looks like a clean room. Programming lab, rows of chairs and corroded consoles scattered across tabletops, precisely machine components thick with silt. Okay, so what was in here? Ruined fabricator, suit fabricator, but retooled to build large-scale machinery. Buckled plates reveal crimson interior fused by rust. Okay. Suitcases like blocky coffins in these containers are still used by Baikal to ship their suits to active facilities. These are empty. Okay. The artificers, with them we could rewrite life as we wish. We could rewrite it to endure, Lucas to surpass us. Okay, so, they wanted to, use the, ability to rewrite DNA. Okay. Like immortality and all that sort of thing. Which, I don't object to the pursuit of immortality, but I suspect that their methods were probably evil. Let's just say. Take the suit, Akiri. Stop arguing. Without you, this project is dead anyway. Oki needs to survive. And a log here. My little Monet, I'm sorry to leave you all alone. Sing a little for your mother. It's so quiet here. Okay, so... Monet's mother either left a record here for her or actually tried to contact her when the disaster hit. So that's why Monet was so obsessive about this and so quiet about her past. She was trying to find out what happened to her mother, and that's almost certainly why she stole that data core on the other planet. Okay. Lightweight lab suit sits propped in a chair. Sediment drifts and gash in the soft material. Hollow pockets, sockets, and a helmet faceplate. Okay, Baikal work suit. So this is the remains of Monet's mother. The suit is tagged. Akari Nomura. I don't understand. How? It's impossible. It's her. It's Monet's mother. This is why Monet came here. She was looking for her mother. She's been here a long time. Decades. Has Monet been looking for her all this time? God, Monet, why didn't you say something? Anything! I can't... Give me a minute. Okay. Akari Nomura's lab. Lab was ripped apart. Plates buckled outwards. Massive coolant pipes breached. Twisted metal now brawn with age. Okay, so whatever happened presumably started here. Baikal casing, long yellow cylinder, marked with turquoise glyphs, identical with the casing mounted on the back of this suit. Our suit. Okay. This is the same cylindrical casing as the one mounted on this suit. Same casing that houses you. Akari was building this. Building it from artificers. Building it with machines in this arcology. She was building you. This is you. One of you, at least. A draft, an earlier version, a prototype. Akari is your mother, your creator. Did you know this? Did you know about any of this? I didn't. Then you forgot? You malfunctioned? God, I can't think. I need to go. I don't want to be here anymore. Please. Shattered tubing. Okay. Shaw is now smoothed by soft currents. Okay. Just a little bit more exploring, then we'll make our way out. Coolant pipe. Inside the pipe bulge with corroded growth. Stretches up towards the surface, and a faint circle of light glows above. Okay. So, let's go up from here. Up again. Rock outcrop. The surface of the basalt towers dances faintly with blue light from the falls of the surface above. They look calm, ancient. Okay. I have no idea where we are. Actually, we're still out at the top of the... we're in that same area we were in before. Okay. Slopes stand in the dark ahead, their silver silk plain leading towards an inevitable end. We are out. I don't know what to say. Lucille arranged the ROV on the slopes. Call for pickup. Let's go home. Alright. Link. Request retrieval. You're back. I'm down in medical. I disabled the quarantine. It's beautiful in here. Oki, is that your name? I guess so. I like it, despite the history. Listen, I don't know what you are thinking right now, but I wanted to say, I trust you. I don't know what you knew about the arcology, about Baikal's history on this planet, even your own history. But I do know that you helped me. You protected me. You guided me. I owe you for that no matter where you came from. You didn't choose to be created like any of us, but this place is your home. You were made from the pieces of this ocean, from pieces of its past at least. I'm learning not to be afraid of the past. I'm not afraid of her either, of Minay, if that is her name now. I think she must have found something among those skeletons that bloom, something truly alien. It changed her. It continues to change her, but perhaps that is what is needed. Change. I found something I think you need to hear. I've been going through the arcology data, and it wasn't the only facility on this planet. There were 2 other sites, 2 other Baikal facilities. We need to find them. Baikal was up to something on this planet, something bigger than just AI research. I don't want to look away. I want to see what Baikal did here, with my own eyes. I've marked the site's coordinates on the dive map. We should be able to cut our way in. This is not just about Minay anymore. It's about Baikal. It's about what happened here. It's about your history and the weight it carries. I'm ready when you are. Okay. Oh yes, to the bay. Alright. 2 more logs. I know you have been reading these. The access logs show someone has been in the file system on my terminal, and, well, by process of elimination, it has to be you. I don't mind. In fact, I suppose I've been writing these entries for an imagined audience anyway. Confessions, or maybe just need to talk. We make a strange trio now. Me, a depressed xenobiologist who can't keep their mouth shut. You, an AI built from the remains of a sentient species, and your sister, Minay, who is now more plant than human. But as far as I can tell, we are the only ones on this planet who have any chance of finding out what happened here. I think I'm starting to understand why Minay called me here. It was because she trusted me not to give up, not to let this go. Let's not disappoint her. Alright. So what's the dive map looking like? Right, there and there. Alright, so we're at 4 hours right now. It spells Minay. What spells Minay? Okay, medbay. Unidentified subject. Data breach detected. Said something about signal. Yeah, but what spells Minay? Okay. Lab. Analyze. Slow Mason taxonomy entry updated. Okay. And bile secretion. Okay. 2 taxonomy. Oh, you just... Alrighty. You just didn't realize at first how to spell it. Alright. Okay, slow masons. Digestive cilia, polyp seams, corrosive secretion, slow mason pattern language. Okay, slow masons are colorless polyps covered in whaling cilia, which etch elaborate spirals in the facility they feed upon. These pale, formless creatures are solitary, but not exclusively so. Some accumulate together in groups, hugging against each other's mass. There appears to be no obvious chemical exchange or communication within these groups, but perhaps the patterns they form as they eat serve some social purpose? Their exteriors show frequent evidence of consumption by other species. With no obvious method for defense, upon being threatened by pressure, the polyps recoil but do not appear to possess the ability to flee rapidly nor fight back. Perhaps sampling their secretions might help us understand the underlying patterns. Analysis of the patterns secreted by the slow mason suggests something close to a rudimentary communication. There are repeated motifs created by multiple members of the species, unlikely to have emerged simply from their natural movement and feeding patterns. Due to their slow pace, it would have taken an extensive amount of time to determine and prove correlation between rhythmic alteration in the pattern and events faced by the polyps. Whether they represent warnings, a form of social engagement, or markers of potential nutrient sources remains unclear. Alright, see you, Ruby. But how are these patterns perceived by other masons? Without any obvious eyes, they cannot see them, but perhaps, like Braille, the secretions are read by touch alone. Analysis of the strange molted skin I found in the archaeology cave shows it is clearly formed from the flesh of slow masons. Within the tissue, bodies of multiple polyps have knitted together over the span of decades, forming one larger communal layer. It may have provided protection, or perhaps was the birthing sac for some larger unknown form. Shed skin can represent evidence of renewal or transformation. Perhaps the polyps are not mature, but are a larval stage of the species, with each member uniting to form a larger being. As of yet, I have found no trace of this matured form of mason, but the cave networks of the ocean floor could hide many creatures that could easily evade discovery. Okay. Right. So, dive map. So there are 2 places that we can reach now, that we could not before. One of the bicotyl cilia is at the center of the bloom, beneath the rocky shelf, and archaeology data is labeled Site 2. Site 1. Was this the origin of everything that happened here? Well, over here was a massive organism of some sort that we couldn't access earlier. Alright, so... this will tell us about the bloom, I'm pretty sure. Ugh. Right. So yes, we are at 4 hours, and it is late, but I'm not sure how much is left. So we know the locations of both the places we need to go. And it's only supposed to be like a 7-hour game, and I'm already at like 8 or 9. So it can't have too much more left. I know that there's 2 more spaces for log entries. But that could just be 1 log entry per site, and the site shouldn't be too difficult to get to. So... I think I'll go ahead and push on, see if I can wrap this up today. The game ends really soon. Have a backup game? Maybe. If you need to go, then feel free. You can always watch on the VOD later. Alright. Take some of these sphere fragments. So we need... that's fungal clusters. Okay. There we go. Alright, dive map. Let's go. I don't need to spend a whole lot of time exploring between here. You're too invested to leave. Well, do you need to go, is the question. Alright. Okay. Still awake-ish? Alright. I shall push forward to completion then, if I can. Let's try to figure out what the bloom is about. Wait, I don't actually need to scan because I know this area already. Okay, that's where we're going. Let's see. I'll remind myself what this does. Okay, that creates a very temporary bit of clean water. So that activates the what do you call it? The shellfish that eat the bloom. So, but we need to be near the bloom to actually do that. Okay. And this is a little bit of oxygen, I think. A little bit of oxygen or a little bit of power. Let's make use of them. Alright. Prime it up. Ignite. Okay. Collapsed chamber. Choked with rock and sand. The metal chamber is definitely still. The angular shapes of industrial machinery line wait. Okay, we are once again in an anoxic environment, I think. I need to scan the things. Melted pillars. Warped and stored, barely able to hold weight. Rusting machinery. Rock piles. Central vent. Rusting machinery. Okay. Can go down from there. Okay, nothing up here. What are we faced with down here? This looks like a fairly significant facility, so let's explore other parts first. Okay. Look, that tank, it's filled with microbial growth. What was this place? Be careful, the water will be just as toxic as it is above in the bloom. Alright then. I have plenty of oxygen. Alright. Okay, this place is extensive. Dense growth. Oldest and largest microbial colonies lie here. Great translucent green bubbles made from millions upon millions of microbes. Corroded lamps. Reflector lamps at the base of the most beaming in light. Okay. Let's go here. The lamps, the old growth. This is where the bloom began. This is no native microbe. It's lab-grown, built to convert light into power and oxygen. A vast microbial fuel cell designed to thicken the atmosphere of this planet, no doubt. But when it breached containment, I'm surprised anything still lives on this planet. It must have been devastating. Let's head back to the top. Let's get out of here. Alright. That took a lot of oxygen, but it was workable. Alright. So this was some sort of geoengineering engine then. Can't go that way, apparently. Alright. Derelict vehicle, shell of some corroded maintenance vehicles filled with sand. Shattered walls. Crushed room. Log. Decrypting. Sir, Dr. Hess has arrived from Site 1. Send him through. Constantine has full clearance. Okay. Huge volumes of rock and sand must have smashed the layers of the facility, burying it and its occupants. Shadow tank is dense with microbes. Yes, yes. Bloom froth. Dark green bubbles that form the most dense areas of the bloom where there is little current to provide water flow. Okay, sealed containers. Marked now with dull yellow biohazard tape. What were they shipping into this facility? More bloom. Another bloom tube. This is no lab. This is an industrial facility. These containers must have carried some vital resource for its operation. Fuel, perhaps? Okay, so we're gonna have to go through the bloom things to go down. Got it. Fine. Tank was breached with explosive force, remains corroding away over the decades that follow the violent act. Okay, central archway. These pipes, those tanks. This facility was outputting huge volumes of something into the planet's atmosphere. This has to have been where a geoengineering project, a way of changing Gly 667cc. But looking at this place, it suffered a total collapse. What went wrong? Okay. Fully sealed tank rises up through the center of the hull, its sheer side streaked with growth from the southern tank. Ah, but that's the way up into that next area. Okay. Let's investigate this side first. Plumes of green microbial. Okay. Microbes even local to this planet, or did Baikal even bring them there? Here. Sampling available. Bloom bubble. Based on the fact we know what it is, yeah, we've encountered this before. Okay, we got a log here. Ingram. Maintenance on the south hull is continuing. I'm seeing massive pressure spike here. Control. These wide pipes look to have been connected to hull's tank. They must have controlled the outflow of whatever was produced here. Melted consoles. Okay. Tank breach. How did this towering metal container split apart so violently? An accident or something more? Bloom froth. Central tank has held back the sand and rock, but it leans unsettlingly towards into the hull. The connection between this console and the tank is sliced clean through. Is this what stopped it from breaching? Clear pass between the overhanging tank and the buckle-twisted walls. A clear corridor leads forward. Crushed open by rock falls, broken open containers reveal patches of microbial growth like miniature gardens. So that's bloom froth. Okay, so the bloom was being imported. Or at least transferred from place to place. Got biological stuff over here as well. What do we got here? Bloom froth. Okay. Control, I'm slicing it before it cascades. Clearly reactor chamber, the bacterial outflow is about to hit. Row of corroded consoles wired up into an umbilical connection which has been cut away. Sand-dusted chairs popped with the remains of a suit, its face laid crowded with rich green growth. Okay, I'm guessing that there was that somebody died here. Okay. And anything here? Excuse me. No. Alright. To the other side of the room. Sand drifts, rising wall of sand leans heavily against the tank, burying tons of equipment and who knows what else beneath the slopes. There's another shaft here. Again, filled with the bloom. Let's see. Yes, sir, atmospheric density is increasing ahead of schedule, and please inform the board they will be pleased. So yes, they were trying to increase atmospheric density. Large access hatch. The floor above lies open, its ladder corroded into a twisted, rusty spine. Okay, so we can go up from here. Okay, into this room. Which was the control room. We need to actually scan. Eroded bones. Preserved by the low flow of water inside the control room, the smoothed out shapes of human bones are scattered across the floor. Yay! Here. This is where they controlled this place once. They were changing this planet, manipulating it. Those vast tanks of engineered microbes were their tools. Algae changed the atmosphere of Earth billions of years ago. These creatures were meant to do the same. But by accident or sabotage, this containment was breached. These idiots, they could have killed every last species on this planet. Eaten up in a global bloom. Somehow the reef survived. Somehow the stalks held on, tried to revert our mistake. Humans don't deserve this planet. We didn't deserve to find life. I've seen enough. Scan what's left and I'll take a look back in face. Let's find a way out of here. Alright. Oh. Go away, Angelina Griffin. Except you're not really Angelina Griffin. Hide the user. The tank is breached. The artificers... I didn't mean... Okay. So, the artificers did this, apparently, somehow. Constantine, what are you... Step away from the console. I'm sorry. So this Constantine fellow... It's pretty clear at this point that there is some sort of... that it is possible to biologically integrate humans and whatever, and the life forms here. Maybe that's what was going on here with this Constantine person. He was sort of taken over by the artificers, whatever they are exactly, and used to sabotage the this place here. Emergency hatch, control room's evacuation hatch hangs open, piles of rock and sand all around. Despite the cave-in, this console is surprisingly pristine, a cup sitting beside one of the monitors where it was placed decades before. Okay, we have a log here as well. We're doing the artificers a favor. Despite all their abilities, they couldn't manifest this kind of planetary change. So that goes up. Was there anything further down? Was there like one more layer in the tube? Yeah. Alright. Adjusting my seat. Okay, back down. Alright. Alright, down we go. Excuse me, down we go. Was there anything else below this level? No. I mean, yes, but it's just that other tank. Alright. Da-da-da. Alright, up. And around this way. And then out. Leads to the upper levels of the facility. Security seal. This is why no one escaped the facility. The tunnel is sealed. The control room's escape route cut off. Sealed both ends. This corridor is pristinely preserved. The bical decal is still visible on the gleaming walls. Second seal locks at the cord at the other end. They made sure no one would escape. But why did they leave? Why did they seal off the seal everything off? Why did they specifically want to keep anybody from escaping this place? Okay, concealed tunnel. The tunnel leads out into a small shelf overlooking a rift, discreetly cut into the rock. Northern rift. Back in the open water, the current at the end of the rift softly pushed against the suit. Okay, rift wall. Above the steep rift wall meets the shelf of the bloom. No witnesses. But there had to have been somebody to witness, because somebody sent the signal. Alright, so where are we coming out? Bloom shelf. To the north, green clouds rise up. The familiar side of the bloom that surrounds the shelf and the facility below it. Where are we? Ah, we're on the... right at the edge of the bloom. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get back to base. I mean, surely whoever sent the sealing signal must have survived. So, back online? Good. I've been working with the data we extracted from the facility. What they did there, it's terrible. They could have wiped out life on this planet. Baikal should have known better than to mess with the entire planet's ecosystem. The failure of the facility was catastrophic. The bloom dominated half the planet. As far as I can tell, it wiped out the artificers. Think about those skeletons in the bloom. But the rest of the planetary ecosystem reacted somehow. Resisted, pushed the bloom back. I don't understand how life could have adapted to the changing conditions so quickly, though. It's as if they evolved to meet the challenge of the bloom in mere decades. Impossible. Let's keep looking. There's another facility to investigate out to the east. There has to be more to this. Okay. Let's see. Right, let's bloom source. Man dust we already had. Alright. To the lab. Bloom source. Bloom froth taxonomy entry updated. Alrighty. So, sketch. Individual bubble, bubble structure, froth growth pattern, bacterial chains. Okay. So, the discovery of bloom froth colonies in Site 2 suggests that the bloom microbes are a laboratory-adapted cyanobacteria, so not native. They are actual Earth bacteria, developed for power generation and terraforming. Baikal's original intention may have been to oxygenate the atmosphere at least 667 cc, thickening the atmosphere to offset atmospheric warming due to its tightly locked orbit. But when their terraforming site was breached and the species reached the open water, they visited a massive ecological disaster on this planet. How did the planet survive? This aggressive species should have turned this ocean green, flooding it with neurotoxins. Such an adaptive, aggressive, genetically modified species is outlawed by every biological sanction we have. I'm preserving these samples as evidence of their crimes. One day, Baikal will pay for this. Okay. Let's take more oxygen. This is... one thing that can recharge battery in case we need that. This is fan stem. Here we go, nest fragment. Okay. Oh no, that's oxygen. Okay. So, right, spark colonies are for battery. Right. So 60% battery, 80% oxygen. Okay. So, we have already been out to this area. Let's find out what that thing was. Let me see. Was it this way? What was this again? Soothe spore. I think we're good. Going outside the stalk forest. Alright. Always forget to do this. Let's go back to the thing. Alright. You know. Oxygenate. Dang it, I can't prime this thing in advance. That's annoying. Means I'm gonna have to waste some of my resources later. Seems like design oversight to me. Okay, sphere fragment. No, I don't need those. What I need is to activate this thing. Alright, pulsing barrier. Now I can activate the torch. Right. Okay, a living colony. Behind the barrier, the throbbing interior of the colony is revealed, filled with throngs of zooids acting as one. Web structure beneath the translucent webs of spherical growth, half-spent digested walls sit suspended like an expanding room, exploding room frozen in time. I've never seen a colonial creature this scale of complexity. Can it really be one single united creature made of ever-shifting processes? Pulsing past the vague shapes of the facility's walls preserved by the colony, space between filled with shifting swarms of life. Okay, so the facility is that way, I guess. Or it just grew up around the facility. Interior of this creature is like a golden bubble, the light trapped and reflected by hundreds of pearly orbs strung together. Between the ragged parts of the facility stretched looping bridges pumping liquid back and forth from the heart of the colony. Alright. Logs. Okay, Emerson. Constantin is too arrogant. Just because he discovered the artificers doesn't mean he can decide their fate. Sam, he wants to free them. And what do the artificers want, Hannah? Has anyone asked them? Tiny medusoid creatures are budding from the walls here, splitting off from luminous stems to join the flow. The walls are flowing massive tentacles, some broken away and are floating freely in the water. We might be able to extract them. The colony breaks the surface 20 meters above. It must be floating on the surface. Its body is descending in layers like a living iceberg. Okay, maybe we go the other way first, actually. We shall see. Rattus colony. Vast colonial creature made of thousands of specialized zooids. It floats freely in the ocean, its upper section breaking the ocean surface. I'll call this colony Rattus. It floats beautifully across this ocean like some impossible vessel. Each zooid has a function within the colony. Their flow back and forth, evidence of some complex process that is impossible to parse. Okay, fragment of room eaten away into some strange sculpture hanging in the blue. It's hard to imagine what this place once was. Okay. Come on. Alright. Clark. The artificers are gardeners, not colonizers. They rewrite genetic code to develop mutualism, to foster life. See. That is absurd, Kevin. They are no different to us, adapting their environment so they may survive. No, they are not us. From some angles of the zooid-cloaked walls of the facility line up, I can imagine the past life of this place with all its human dramas. Gas bladders. More gas bladders holding the remains of the lab in place, like pieces of a torn map hinted at the structure of a long ruined structure. History of a long ruined structure. Okay. Colony opening. The ocean stretches east from here. Blue desert beneath 3 red suns. What might lie out here, there, beyond the range of this suit? What have we got? Whatever it is, there's 3 of them. Colony bladder, gas-filled zooids sampled from a floating colony. The shoals of golden life look solid as I approach, but passing through, they are little more than flurries of petals caught by the current. This piece of the lab floats on gas bladder zooids, keeping it buoyant. Some float in the open water, but the perfect sample candidates. And we got some of those samples, right? Yeah, colony bladders. The hollow structure of the colony allows water to flow through its core, creating both bulbous corridors and open halls. Why would the colony preserve the rooms of the facility as it consumes them? What bizarre processes are in action here? Okay. Fractured lab, eaten away on one side. The remnants of this lab are like an open set, a staging ground for the colony's process of sublimation. Would I explore this place in real life if I could? Probably, yeah. Constantin is... Oh, yeah, read that already. Central laboratory is almost complete, apart from a large tree-like growths cutting through its walls. Olnie's heart, dappled light fills the chamber, passing through its complex branching strands, orbited by swarms of zooids. I mean, I might be a bit nervous about going inside a living organism that I might trigger its immune system. This looks like a biologist's laboratory. It must have been the first exploratory base on the planet. They discovered the artificers. They started all of this. They were scientists like me, employed by Baikal to study this place. How did it end like this? The mines they were building in the archaeology, the genetic research they were doing here. They were all working towards something bigger than just one lab. How could they have let this happen, these biologists? Our first contact turned into a resource grab because it was a corporation that hired them. Scan all you can, then let's leave this place. I'll review everything back at base. It won't be long before the colony eats this place away once and for all. Okay. Constantin has already left for Site 2 if the facility fails, and Site 3 is breached. The oceanic mine can be stopped. The oceanic mine can be stopped. Okay? Avoid. We can't let this continue. We never intended this. That thing they are building. I know. Right. That thing, presumably being me. Budding zooids. Let's see. This is tentacle corridor. Sample site. Okay. So this is new. Colony tentacle. Okay. I think we can make our way back to the base from here. Okay. Downtime 4.2 hours. Online again? Good. We have a lot to talk about. I've been digging through what we discovered at the facility. I was right to assume that the facility was the first base on the planet, the start of all this. The lead biologist, Konstantin Hess, found the artificers here more than 30 years ago. But what's truly incredible is what he discovered they could do. Genetic reprogramming, rewriting RNA and DNA both in themselves and their local environment. Some Earth cephalopods can rewrite their RNA, but nothing at this scale or detail. The artificers tended this world, nudging its life into new arrangements. Not only that, but their exoskeletons, they were quantum computers. Silicon wafers of incredible complexity and purity, able to simulate the outcomes of their genetic rewriting. The artificers were housed in natural machines, ones that evolved here over millions of years. Their complexity far outstrips our own. We could have learned so much from them. But Baikal had one of the artificers' abilities for themselves. And based on what we found on Site 2, we know how this ended. A total collapse, a vast microbial fuel cell leaking into the ocean, eating everything away. The artificers gone, their genetic abilities used in death to save this planet's life. They died for this planet, and you are all that survives them. Well, perhaps not all. I keep seeing the same thing mentioned in the data, the same term appearing in fragments. The oceanic mind. As far as Baikal were concerned, you were just the beginning, the first mind. The artificers were the key, inscrutable creatures with a quiet power. Able to simulate, predict, and then able to change. They could rewrite life itself. For Baikal, the opportunity this provided was clear. While the artificers were like gardeners, the caretakers of this world, Baikal imagined something else. An oceanic mind providing total control of the ecosystem, able to enact their will. That's what they were building when the colony collapsed, and it is still out there. In the deep, powered by the heat of hydrothermal vents, the oceanic mind sleeps. I want to see it for myself. We have to know how all this ended. I'll mark the approximate position on the map, way out to the north, deep in the abyss. Let me know when you're ready to see this through. Okay. I was born on Earth, born in the city of Ponta Delgada, out in the Atlantic, among the turquoise waters and green slopes of the Azores. My father was studying the dying waters, chasing the last known pod of sperm whales to record the final fading image of their impossible spatial language before it was lost forever. My mother was a journalist, writing a book on a citizen scientist that never found a publisher. We lived there all along the Atlantic coast of Europe for almost a decade before life became impossible, the storms tearing into tidal walls, flooding city after city, closed, twisted, and foaming water. We joined the latest waves of refugees, found ourselves beside the Thames, resettled in London. From that privileged viewpoint, I watched our oceans die, and then my parents too. And at some point, once I'd left the sad grey planet behind on a string of Baikal contracts, I forgot that turquoise water ever existed. You were born here. And maybe here, things can be different. Okay. Study. Oh yeah, I need to take them out of the suit first. I always forget this. Okay. Alright. Sample analysis. Raddus colony updated. Raddus colony updated. Alrighty. 1 second. Water. Throat's starting to hurt. Okay, the Raddus colony. Inflated upper membranes, approximate colony height 70 meters. Observed zooids not to scale, pearl carrier, medusa, bladder zooid, digestive tentacle, zooid spawning chains, gas bladders. Okay. The Raddus colony is a huge colonial organism made of layers of zooids all occupying different roles within its large and complex body. Closer to a living island or iceberg than a creature, Raddus is a free-floating structure which travels across the surface of at least 667 cc's planet, spanning an ocean. Trying to observe the patterns of Raddus is a difficult task. I've encountered tens of different zooid types, flowing in constant movement throughout its cavernous interior. We can assume that they occupy the typical roles of a colonial organism: mobility, defense, digestion, and reproduction. But in a colony so vast, many other processes may be happening. Does Raddus have any neural activity? And why does it cling to the remains of the Baikal lab? Sampling some of the different zooid types may help us understand more about this colony. Sampling the colony's gas bladders has helped us analyze how the Raddus stays afloat. It seems that thousands of these bladders of different sizes both keep Raddus at the surface and hold the fragments of the laboratory in place. These bladders with a high oxygen content can be inflated or deflated individually to respond to currents and move Raddus across the ocean. This suggests that Raddus has some way of orchestrating massive changes across its huge volume. In a sense, perhaps Raddus is better thought of as an individual with various specialized organs rather than a colony. And yet it shows no sign of central intelligence. If I was to discover neural activity within Raddus, could I even understand it? This creature is so alien to our way of understanding the world. Analyzing Raddus tentacles has shown that they possess the ability to secrete metal-digesting substances. The conclusion is that these tentacles are consuming the lab piece by piece, using it to fuel the colony's incredible growth. Perhaps Raddus was once a tiny creature floating on the biologist's tank. When the facility was breached, Raddus was gifted a near inexhaustible amount of metal to consume, allowing them to grow to its vast size. One day it will eat away the entire structure, its body carrying the shadow of this planet's first human settlement. Sometimes I wish that our marks on Earth could be erased so easily, but the only shadows in our oceans are those of thousands of extinct species we will never regain. I mean, I get the ecological message here. It's a bit... oh no, humans are uniquely bad, and if everything was just natural, things would be better. it's a trope, and it doesn't have a whole lot of validity, in my opinion. The problems that humans are causing are not because we have some sort of unique evil to us. It's because they are adaptive behaviors. They're things like greed and short-sightedness. They're the results of the environment in which we evolved. They're evolutionary baggage. All species have them, to some degree or another, but most species are contained by the rules of ecosystems, carrying capacity, and things like that. We figured out how to move past that, and exert a lot more power than any species on the planet has ever done before. So it's not that we are inherently bad. It's that nature is inherently predatory, and we have not yet managed to shed that impulse now that we have the power to enact it on such a wide scale. Anyway, okay. Anyway, so this sort of 4 legs good, 2 legs bad mentality is it's everywhere, and it's really annoying. Cobalt says, imagine if ants had technology, the world would be very dead. Yes. Honestly, I think no matter what species ends up with the amount of brain power and just general power that we have, they're going to cause problems. Okay, I need to be prepared for both oxygen and battery, which looks like these should be fine. Alright, let's go. Deep vents. Yes, humans could save life itself. And when you're thinking on the stellar timescales, a species like humanity, which is able to manipulate the environment, it's necessary, because eventually the sun is going to die and Earth is going to be consumed in a nuclear fire. The ecosystem, like animals, cannot face that problem and do anything about it. So if life on Earth is to survive, it needs an intelligent species of some kind. And looking even further out, there's it's late and I'm tired, so I can't remember the correct term. The entropy, just entropy. After the stars go out and the universe becomes cold. So nothing else on this planet, nothing else aside from an intelligent mind, is going to be able to figure out what to do about that. So, yeah, the extinction of life like ours is the extinction in life in general. Just on a time scale that we're not used to thinking of. Alright, to the deep vents. Okay, we are almost at the hydrothermal vents. We're 3,000 meters down, 3 kilometers down. This is to be close to the suit's range. Hear the plates creaking. Somehow we're maintaining 1 atmosphere of pressure inside the hard suit. If we make it back up, we'll be setting a strong first record for deep dives on Gliese 667C. CC. There's almost nothing in the water column here. No life to speak of. But the oceanic mine should be somewhere ahead. That's our target. Whatever monster Baikal left us, I'm ready. Let's find it. I don't see anything in the sensor, Cobalt. Alright. Laid with wispy fog of oceanic ooze, the darkness of the plane is absolute. Alright. Streaks of iron ore have accrued across the sea floor, the mark of nearby hydrothermal activity. Humans are able to, in theory, keep life going until entropy erases anything. Possibly even longer if we can figure out how to deal with entropy, or something like us can. There's not enough oxygen here to use the rebreather, so I'm on reserves. The survey data we pulled shows the vents running north from here along a ridge. Keep moving, we haven't got long. Okay, basalt crust, edges of volcanic rock poke through the sediment, black strips against the bright mineral and metal ores. Alrighty. Yeah, come on, let's move. Okay. So it looks like the geothermal vents are toxic. Black plumes of fluid rise from crystalline chimney, discolored with yellow sulfur streaks. Incredible. Look at these things. I remember reading about the discovery of hydrothermal vents on Earth centuries ago. Donnelly, Corliss, and Van Andel, 3 geologists, they never expected to find life in that eternal darkness. And yet there it was. Whole ecosystem we never knew were there, totally independent of the sun's light. They were imagined to be models of alien ecosystems, life in its most extreme forms. But until this planet, that proved to be false. All of humanity and the universe, to all of humanity, the universe was dead. Damn Baikal for keeping this place from us, keeping humanity in the dark. Bone pale sand mounts surround the chimneys like great piles of cremation ash. I do not know the dark forest solution to the Fermi paradox. Okay, towering pale spires shimmer with the intense heat of the vents as the chemicals are pumped up into the water from deep within the planet. Black plumes. Rich in minerals, the black plumes of the vents tower over us, fading into the black of the ocean above. Huge structure of the vents evidence their eons of incremental growth as deposits build up around them. Feel free. Gases vent up through the sand, creating these thin strings of bubbles. Pyrite crust, the glint of fool's gold catches the light of the lamp scattered among the talc mounds. Vent debris. Anhydrite chimney. Wait, what? Shapes of distorted creature long dead. What is that? Now the vents beginning to form the rock here. Low pile of crystalline anhydrite is beginning to gather. Alright. I don't understand. Where's the life? This ecosystem is totally barren. All these minerals, nutrients, heat, and nothing feeding off it. How can this be? Could it just be this vent? Let's keep looking. Pillow lava, mounds gray rock. Okay, so these are not actually threads. Okay. I guess we have enough threats with the limited supply of oxygen. Out of sight of the vents, hidden in the dark, the heavy silence of the seafloor returns. The artificial mind Akari was building down here. What was the end goal? Was Baikal hoping to control this whole ecosystem? An entire planetary agriculture attuned to feed their needs? An ecology manipulated by the possibility of genetic rewriting? Power stolen from the artificers? An enslaved planet, like Earth? And I know now why Monet was so secret. She knew if they found this place again, that would be it for life here. Another vent chimney where where is all the life that should thrive around the rich fluid that which blackens the water? Strange tiered and curved rocks sit all around, disturbed by tectonic processes and stained with mineral growth. Even the ubiquitous bacterial mounts are nowhere to be seen. Not the barren vent. This place has been wiped clean. Something is wrong here. What did they do? About half oxygen. So let's top up. Breach sands also almost pervasively clean. No life has marked its surface in decades. Another spire. Calcified corpses. Here, away from the vents, piles and piles of distorted corpses lie. Their whorled bones dusted with pale sediment. Oh god, look at all these creatures. The bodies, it looks like the progressive ossification. The muscles have become bone. Their mutations are extreme, like cancerous growths. There's no structure to their anatomy. The mind, is this what it made? These senseless monstrosities. Radio piles of long-dead creatures frozen in crippled states of deformation scar the seafloor. Yeah, this looks like we're going towards the center of something. Biological matter. Corpses become a mass of undifferentiated matter with the occasional shape of a bone or shell like a tooth growing inside a tumor. So this is some sort of massive biological entity, by the look of it. Shadow dome, vast organic sphere, towers of the corpses, ornate geodesic designs mirroring those of the artificers. Mind. It's huge. But it's silent. It's been silent for decades. This is no cradle of life, it's a grave. Did they fail? Is this all that's left? A broken mind lying in a bed of corpses? They had no idea what they were doing. The arrogance of all this. A whole ecosystem boiled down to nothing. The artificers lost to us. These are Baikal's crimes. Akari's crimes. What a waste. Is there nothing left? We should look inside. Vast ornate structure ground in the Baikal lab sits broken and dead on the seafloor. Its interior a dark cavern. Alright. Down, huh? Okay, down further. I doubt the suit can take much more depth. Okay, we're at the bottom. The mine's hard. Deep inside the oceanic mine, something flickers in the ruins. Is that an artificer? A small but ornate geodesic skeleton lies in the silt. Inside, the artificer shifts and reforms with rhythmic consistency. Is it alive? It survived, or was it born here? Does that mean there are more? It looks dormant. Is it even alive? Wait, do you hear that? It's singing. You can feel... It knows. It knows what we are. And it is afraid. I understand why. Look what humans did here. I'm sorry. Wait, no, come back! It's gone. We should be going too. We are running down our oxygen and it's a long way back up. Come on. There's nothing left for us here. Okay. Alright. So what is going to be waiting for us when we go back up? Alright. Okay, we should have plenty of oxygen to make it back to the... Okay, time to go. I'm beginning the ascent. So they are still out there, the artificers. This is their planet, and we owe them so much. I suppose it's your planet, too. With the mind being a failure, the colony destroyed. You are its last artifact, born here. And now, this is my home, too. Mine and Minet's. There's so much left for me to do, so much to study, so much to understand. Our history here, it is ugly. It's something I don't want to be a part of. But this planet's future, maybe we can have a part in that. Minet gave everything for the truth. Some residual part of the artificers changed her, but I hope she knows that she succeeded. This place is no longer a secret, no longer Baikal's to control. Thank you, Minet. And thank you, to you, for staying with me, for guiding me. Together, I think we can make a change. Show humanity Baikal's crimes, make them accountable. We both carry burdens here, but the past doesn't define us. Life continues here despite everything that happened. I can find comfort in that. I think I'm going to stay. I don't have anything left out there, but here I have Minet, I have you. And I have a purpose. Someone needs to swim these waters, to catalog this world. When I was little, I swam every day. I would walk down to the ocean and step into it without a thought. I lost that degree by degree as Earth's oceans died, but Here, things can be like that once again. Those waters can wash away all the old way. These waters can wash all the old ways away. And together, we will see what's left when they do. All right. So, for Aeneas. That's the credits. That is In Other Waters. I liked it except for yet another instance of, you know, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad sort of narrative, which it's so short-sighted. Anyway, game-wise, it's just fun, I think. It's a slightly more elaborate text adventure, honestly. Although without the degree of freedom the text adventures usually give you. The controls are a bit awkward. Could have been a little more intuitive, but still, overall, I enjoyed this. Aside from the shallow, philosophy. Cobalt says that was really interesting. It was, yes. I enjoyed the xenobiology part. I always enjoy some good xenobiology. I enjoy ocean things, and yeah, I like this experience overall. Pretty good game. Glad I picked it up. Brachydactyl. No. That's a rain world, not an ocean world. Very different, and I'm not stepping foot in it. Made with Unity. Copyright Jump Over the Age 2020. That's a very strange logo. Alright. So, back to the main menu. Safe mode restarting, resync with Bicol OS, downtime 3.6 hours. Okay. Okay, I'm up on the comm level. Come quick, I'm about to do something stupid. Oh boy. I repaired the antenna. I'm starting to think I should have been an engineer. I know I said we would wait to be rescued, but I'm sick of waiting. Everything we have discovered together, this whole ecosystem, we need to share it. I'm about to broadcast it all. Your scans and maps, my notes and sketches, everything we know about Gliese 667cc. I'm sending it on all channels, 1 million data packets heading out into the black. That way we can be sure it will make it out. We don't own this place. Not any more than anyone else. So we can't just keep it for ourselves. There's too much beauty, too much hope in these documents, too much of a future. All these hours of study and discovery, they've changed me, changed my life. But I'm ready for what comes next. Thank you for helping me get here. Alright, that's enough of a speech. I've talked enough for both of us by now. It's up to you to do the honors. Hit the switch, it's time. Okay, let me read your last entry first. Now the real work begins. Whatever was left the oceanic mind, it is dead. Another failed experiment, another biological atrocity to add to humanity's list. But I don't want it... Alright. Been talking a lot during the stream. And even for a streamer, it's starting to hurt my throat a bit. But I don't want to let it define us and our role on this planet. We can't start fresh, I know that, but the artificers are still here, and that means we can reach them. I want to show them we are curious, we are kind, we are able to live alongside them. There's still so much left to study here, so many questions to answer, but I'm not scared anymore. I'm excited to see what we can achieve in the time we have. People will come here soon enough, and when they do, I want to show them what we have found. The evidence of Baikal's crimes and what we need to protect. If people could see this place for what it is, a second chance, then maybe they will want to protect it too. That's what my father believed and my mother believed, that if people could understand what they were losing, they would want to save it. Let's get to work. Alright. Comm signal. Automatic repair not possible. Alright. Send the signal. Is this just the credits again? Is the signal the credits? I mean, we already did this. You already showed me the credits. Is that just a way to replay the credits? I guess Stratopillar Gardens. Okay, skip to the menu. Right? Yeah, we've already seen this. Okay, skip to the menu. Okay, there we go. So, in other waters. Done. Next week, something else. Probably Framed, since that was also very popular on the poll. And I'm still deciding what I want my big series to be. It will not be Rain World. I will tell you that right now. But it will be something. And it will probably be fun. Additionally, this Saturday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time is going to be our Christmas community building thing. So anybody is welcome to join that. Details will be posted soon-ish. Once we're probably on the day of, once we get everything set up and ready to go. Additionally, on Christmas itself, that is a Saturday. So I will probably be streaming something. I don't know what, because I don't really have anything else going on Christmas. So, yeah, Christmas stream. If anybody has nothing better to do on Christmas than listen to me ramble and play games, then I will be there. Okay. So yeah, something on Thursday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time. Don't know what yet. No Arma and no Anno this weekend because of the whole Christmas thing. Okay, that wraps up everything, I think. So thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!